Carles, your family name is Goldstein or Gold?
Day 3 of Habitat for Humanity International's Europe Housing Forum, and I can't believe we've already reached the halfway point. We've had some fabulous discussions over the last 2 days and some fascinating sessions ahead of you today. Let's just take a moment to recall some of the highlights of our first 2 days. We've heard calls for local government to have the powers they need to address local housing needs, the need to challenge right to buy policies in Eastern and Central Europe, which deplete the housing stock. What alternatives are there when governments will not provide? We've heard fascinating comments on how housing isn't just shelter, but a radical and enabling portal to the human and democratic rights we all need, and why that means the marginalised must be the chief protagonists in their own social and affordable housing solutions. We heard speakers cite remarkable stories of hope from Africa, Europe, South America and Asia, where that exact approach has not only given people a good roof over their heads, but brought them in from society's margins and helped them successfully access the basic services we all depend on. We had a fantastic discussion on how COVID-19 has underlined our common vulnerability, humanity and need for safe, warm and sustainable housing, regardless of status and wealth, and looked at how both authorities responded and what that revealed about how much more they could do beyond the pandemic and in building back better. We looked at the challenge of providing expensive climate-friendly energy to those on low incomes and the question of how we can offer cheaper, sustainable alternatives. We heard some fascinating insights into the links between climate change and displacement, how the conflicts which often force people to flee their homes often have the impacts of climate change at their roots: failing crops, loss of water sources, conflicts for ever scarcer resources, even when those displaced cite war, famine or economic crises as their motivation for fleeing. The role of climate change as a veiled driver of flight and displacement means emergency relief agencies must review their responses and explore earlier monitoring, preemptive intervention and a more holistic, coordinated approach. Today's sessions, I've no doubt, will be just as compelling. We'll be exploring how we can tackle energy poverty and align energy and social policies in Central and Eastern Europe, how energy efficiency renovations can tackle fuel poverty as the region recovers from pandemic. We'll be looking at EU housing policy and gazing into our policy crystal balls to look at the future of housing in 2030 and beyond. Now, our first plenary session is how to combine energy and social policies to address energy poverty in Central and Eastern Europe. How can energy subsidies and energy efficiency policies be integrated with social policies without inflating the energy market? What are the best practices to inspire us? And your moderator for the discussion is Mariangela Fabri, Head of Research at BPIE, Buildings Performance Institute Europe, and an EU policy expert. Mariangela.
Thank you very much, Dean. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me start by thanking Europe Housing Forum and Habitat for Humanity for inviting me to moderate this event. It's a great honor, especially because we have a really stellar speakers lined up to talk to you about this absolutely essential topic and very much to the forefront of conversations about energy and social issues. We all know that these two topics go hand in hand, even though they might have been dealt with separately until now. And we know so I would like to introduce you the speakers that will share their point of view and their expertise with us today, starting with Commissioner Kadri Simpson. She's the European Commissioner for DG Energy. She will not be able to join us with us, but she sent a video that will be shown to you in a few minutes. We also have Anna Julia Donat, who's a member of the European Parliament, and she is from Hungary. We have Elena Zsokajova is co-chair of Housing 2030 Initiative and the former Director General of the DG of Housing Policy and Urban Development at the Ministry of Transport and Construction of Slovakia. We also have with us Andrzej Rajkiewicz, who is Vice President of the Board of the National Energy Conservation Agency in Poland, and he will join Our panel is already here with us. Is Carlis Goldstein. It's member of the cabinet of Commissioner Simpson for energy. So welcome everyone. Thank you for being with us. I would say let's just start this conversation with the message that Commissioner Simpson sent to us, and then I will leave the floor. I will give the floor to each of you for a short presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to open the virtual Europe Housing Forum. For almost a quarter of a century, you have gathered organizations from the entire housing sector for the most relevant discussions to take place. Today is no different. As we shift into winter this year, housing-related difficulties faced by many Europeans cannot be underestimated. Roughly 7 million households, or nearly 30 million people, still struggle to pay their utility bills. That is 30 million too many. The European Green Deal will be part of the solution to reduce that number. The Green Deal is firstly a political understanding. Living within an unsustainable society powered by fossil fuels is not a viable option. Not for the planet, not for the local ecosystems, and certainly not for the economy. So we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions by increasing energy efficiency and boosting renewables. These two pillars are the foundations of the European energy policies. Second, the Green Deal is not only about reducing, it's about harnessing the resources Europe has to offer. In other words, our clean water and ecosystems, European innovation and competitiveness, and our inclusive societal model and peace. All of these traits of the Green Deal come together when it comes to decarbonizing our buildings, a crucial part of the push to decarbonize our society. The renovation wave aims to decarbonize buildings entirely by 2050 at the latest. This objective is supported by the ongoing revision of the EPBD and the recent energy efficiency and renewables directives and the social climate fund proposals. The objective is to reach an agreement with the Council and the European Parliament by the end of 2022 to roll out affordable housing policies. We want to start with the worst performing buildings and make sure they catch up with the average energy performance of the building stock by the mid-2030s. Our approach covers all aspects by helping the national, regional and local authorities and providing regulatory support, funding, advice, and by sharing the best practices. The renovation and construction sector has a long history and is well established. It impacts the local community by using locally sourced materials and providing local jobs. This is why the absolutely key element that must happen is engagement of the citizens. By this I mean informing people of the possibilities of improving their places where they live, work and spend their free time. Also by this I mean setting up one-stop shops where questions can be answered and guidance received on how to build or renovate. And by this I mean looking beyond a single building unit and making sure the entire neighborhood benefits. At European level, we have earmarked an unprecedented amount of resources to support the transition. The Next Generation EU recovery funds and the EU budget account for a total of 1.8 trillion euros. And 30% of these funds are dedicated to climate spending. Strong resources to respond to the calls from citizens across Europe to invest in buildings, improve standards of living and lower energy bills. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a great opportunity ahead of us to do something good for our built environment, our people and our planet. Let's use it. Thank you for listening.
3,
Thank you, everyone. We are now back after the message that Commissioner Simpson sent to us. We will continue by giving the floor to each of every speaker for a few minutes for an introduction about this topic, and then we will follow with a Q&A, and you will be able to send your questions in the chat, and we will ask them directly to each speaker. So it's now my honor to leave the floor to MEP Anna Julia Donat, who's joined us this afternoon. Ms. Donat, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be invited and be here with you. And I know that there are many experts in this topic, so I don't even try to pretend that I know everything. However, I think it's important to also give an angle from the political side because there's a lot to do. And coming from Hungary, one of the most pressing issues that comes to my mind when what to deal with nowadays is energy poverty. I'm a member of the employment committee as well, and I'm also focusing in such issues because, as we already heard, social issues cannot be differentiated from this, but we need multidisciplinary point of view in order to actually not just understand but also find the best solutions, and also to highlight in politics why we have to deal with such issues and how we have to do politics in this regard. So it is not only an issue in Hungary, but energy poverty is a growing policy issue in Europe, affecting an estimated 50 million Europeans. And the proportion of households with utility bills in areas is often used as an indicator of energy poverty. And when we use this indicator, we can see shrinking numbers. In 2019, 6.2% of households in EU member states had utility bill in arrears, and this mostly affects households in southern and eastern member states. And just to compare, why is it also a really important issue for me? 10.2% of the households in Hungary were in arrears in 2019, which is 64% higher than the EU average. Also, one of the most determining factors of energy poverty is the quality of housing, as energy efficiency in particular and the energy consumption related to the equipment. We have to always talk about, like, the old houses tend to have poor isolations, high heat loss through walls and ceilings. The conditions and quality of windows and doors also make a difference. If the roof leaks or the windows get damp walls, mold can also appear, and these are such issues that are affecting citizens, Hungarians and European citizens, on a daily basis. The type, the age, and efficiency of the heating system and electrical appliances also play a role in energy cost and comfort. As an example, in Hungary, a significant proportion of Roma and very low-income households live with many complex housing problems, and this is what I know most closely. A third of the Roma households live in the dwelling without running water or even bathrooms. 81% of them heat their homes with solid fuel, and unfortunately also with plastic and waste rags and trash that are harmful both of the people who are living in these deprived conditions, but also the closely environment and neighborhoods. So the energy we use in our homes is essential of our daily lives, and those who cannot afford to have enough energy, the disadvantages in the other areas of life as well. Not only do poorer households have less money to pay for energy costs, but typically they live in poorer conditions, more energy intensive properties, and lack of financial means to change this. Therefore, external support is needed to break the cycle of energy poverty. In order to avoid the catastrophic consequences of climate change, people living in poverty must also have access to energy efficient and environmental friendly technologies and housing. Energy poverty itself, which affects some 54 million people at European level, cannot be isolated from the problem of poverty. So what EU can do in this regard, and what's our responsibilities? I believe a key aspects of the next budget cycle, the next MFF cycle, there will be a just transition, which means ensuring that the most deprived and disadvantaged have access to more modern and greener solution. Also, more funding than ever before will be available for investments and development under the European Green Deal. The European Council has also developed a specific strategy, the renovation wave for the energy renovation for residential building, with the objective of renewing 35 million buildings between 2020 and 2030. But of course, I think the most important, and I want to finish my opening with that, housing is not the competence of the EU, but the member states. However, we have seen in the last years that we need to work together to tackle problems such as not just climate change, but health and poverty, and looking at it in a complex matrix. We called for resolution before, for instance, in 2020, September, we adopted a report on maximizing the energy efficiency potential of the EU's building stocks, and we also called now a resolution on decent and affordable housing for all. And I think these are really, really important, but we have to pay attention that resolutions won't solve the problems itself. Why is it still important? It's because we have to be able to find solutions to pressure governments to use the EU funds that are available to deep renovations as well. And this is a problem that I see very closely, as in Hungary. The government, for instance, used the money that was available in the last cycle to renovate only governmental institutions and not the households of the general public. And there is an infringement proceeding against Hungary because of this. But we have to find solution from a European level how to make not just interested, but somehow pressure the governments, the member state, to do their job, and not because the problems of the competences makes it really difficult to find such general complex solutions. But at the end of the day, citizens going to benefit from that, as energy poverty is not only a social issue, and it's involved way much more people than those who are actually living in poverty. And we have to pay attention to that. And without solving such an issue, in the long term, our societies are going to feel the consequences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anna. I did take a few notes. I will get back to you with a couple of questions on what you said. For now, I will just give the floor to our next speaker. Elena, we agreed to call each other by first name. I hope you, the audience, don't mind. Elena is the co-chair of Housing 2030 Initiative and the former Director General of DG Housing and Policy and Urban Development at the Ministry of Transport and Construction in Slovakia. Elena, you have a great deal of experience. Please share your thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to be here and to exchange on what happened and what are the intentions of the European community, national governments, and at the end of the day also the people. First, I would spend some words on this initiative, Housing 2030. This is an international initiative, as Anna correctly said. Housing is in EU, not EU competence. This is purely for countries. So it is rather tricky how to exchange on what is hot, what are the solutions, and not to make it official. And in this sense, this initiative is trying to help because it joins three partners. It is UNEC, UN Economic Commission for Europe. This is EU countries, but also North America, it means Canada and USA, and Russian Federation and Central Asia countries. And we exchange on how the issues of housing can be tackled in an efficient way. Then there are the providers of affordable housing in Europe. This is Housing Europe. And this is an umbrella organization for more than 46,000 providers of affordable housing across Europe. And then this is the UN Habitat. And what we did, among other things, we produced a report covering issues of affordable housing from different angles and presented it to the ministers at the ministerial meetings this October in Geneva. And actually the report showcases how in different ways, from different angles, affordability of housing can be increased. And actually also our session, the recent session, has no explicitly housing in the title, but indirectly it really is linked to the housing. As Anna said, many households in energy poverty actually suffer of that because their housing is not sufficient, is not energy efficient. And well, there is another aspect, the social aspect, that they don't have job to pay for their spendings, but this is another story. So I would like to concentrate on this. So there is a report showcasing many different best practices across the whole region of UNECE, which can be inspiration for countries. And what was great to see at the ministerial meeting, ministers in their speeches really admitting that yes, there is a huge challenge in housing in our countries. This was not the case some 5-10 years ago. Nobody would then admit, it was the sort of taboo, that the housing seemed to be somehow okay in the national policies. So this is not the case now, and we really need to rethink how the governments and the national and public hand, what is the responsibility of it? And this is, I think, the crucial point. There is much more responsibility to be taken by national governments to create legal and economic environments which enable people to live in a decent housing. And by that, I would like to switch to my national role. I used to be at the Ministry of Construction, which was responsible for housing policy for more than 20 years. And actually, Slovakia is lucky in a way that we have already refurbished more than 65% of multi-family apartment buildings in our country to the relatively high energy efficiency standard. But this was not easy thing, and it really is a long story. And I would like to summarize the points which were necessary to reach this situation. We started to privatize our housing stock in '93, and in 20 years we reduced actually the rental and cooperative sector to nearly zero. We are now more than 90% owners. And what was necessary to make these new owners, which were actually reluctant to accept the responsibility for their new ownership. So there are many different small pieces of policy which put together led to this result. So there was the clear vision and stability in priorities of the state housing policies is 95. Refurbishment and energy efficiency measures were priority of the state housing since 95. And we updated the policy every 5 years. We started with inventory and technical assessment of total existing privatized housing stock in 98 already. So it's really the long time. We created legal framework for condominiums to function already in 93. And one of the very important things was that there was the obligation to have the professional manager or housing association to manage the property, and also to obligation to have the fund for maintenance and repair, and for each household to contribute. And in the long run, in this way, it is possible that even the families with the low income are able to create this necessary fund for maintenance of the property. This also enabled to borrow for modernization of these buildings, because this fund can be the guarantee for banks. What was also very important, the state created financial framework. We started with incentives in form of subsidies for refurbishment of multifamily housing in 98. And in 96, we created very important element in our measures, in economic measures, because we created State Housing Development Fund, which is a sort of bank, of national public bank, which actually the main reason for its existence is to fulfill the priorities of state housing policy. And these loans from State Housing Development Fund for refurbishment, there is a long-term maturity. It means that people were able, the owners were able to do a lot of work, a lot of technical work of insulation, and all the technological necessary processes, and the payback actually in the amount as they used to pay into the fund before the renovation took place. So then there was also a very important description, clear description of the roles and responsibilities of all the actors. Then there was a lot of communication through 20 years permanent work with owners and managers and with a umbrella organization. Then we introduced the law on professionalization of managers, because somebody has to technically and economically know what is needed, because usually the owners, they are not aware of that, or they don't want to accept this. And in this sense, the State Housing Development Fund, with its experience since 2000 to 2010, made it possible then when it became possible to get European funding for housing. So we actually used the State Housing Development Fund as the financial institution, and the money from EU funds went actually through the State Housing Development Fund for the renovation. So this is actually, in summary, the sort of Slovak success story. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. And so from the Slovak success story, we now move to Poland, where Andrzej will present and give us his speech and his introduction about what is the situation in Poland and how you do address this issue of energy and energy efficiency and comfort and energy poverty.
Thank you very much for giving me floor. And well, I'm representing the competence center in Warsaw, which is dealing with energy efficiency in buildings in Poland since 1992. And one of results of our activity was preparation during the 90s. The financing scheme to support thermomodernization of buildings, heat sources, and heat networks. And this scheme, fortunately, has been approved by the Polish Parliament in 1998. So after over 20 years of activity of this scheme, I can tell that the renovation wave of multi-apartment buildings in Poland started in 1998, and with this purely domestic financing scheme, without any grants from foreign countries, we got only very important, essential advice from colleagues from Denmark within the bilateral cooperation between Poland and Denmark, which founded our methodology of preparation of thermal modernization measures in buildings in form of the energy audit. And this energy audit is until today a very important and essential document required by many different financing institutions in Poland in case that they are financing the improvement of energy efficiency. And this financing scheme in Poland is based on a subsidized loan. At the beginning, the grant from the state budget covered 25% of the loan capital, and today it is calculated as 16% of the total investment cost by mandatory at least 50% of loan as share in the total investment cost. And I think that it is good practice because combining the grant with loans allow to scale up the market for improvement of energy efficiency, and this is in fact in Poland. because this scheme has been used until today to renovate over 40,000 multi-apartment buildings, whereof over 30,000 are homeowners associations transferred in Poland from the municipal housing stock to private ownership of tenants by privileged sale with use of rebate to 95%. The remaining 10,000 apartment buildings which use this scheme are constructed starting in 50s of 20th century and are managed by housing cooperatives. Well, and as of energy poverty distribution by type of building in Poland, we should know that 35% of energy poor households are living in multi-apartment buildings. And this is around 1 million of households in total, which are in energy poverty. And depending on the methodology, 20% of Polish households may be defined as energy poor as of today. So thanks undertaking the thermal modernization measures in multi-apartment building by the collective owners like homeowner association or housing cooperative, all their members profit from the energy cost reduction. Also those who are energy poor and are living in flats in such buildings. However, the Polish scheme has not been designed to reduce the energy poverty phenomena, but to improve the technical condition of multi-apartment buildings and to reduce the heating cost of their occupants. This scheme is regulated by the law since 1998, and this law was improved by diverse additional support schemes, including the Stop Smog program, which was introduced this year and will last until 2024. And this line is dedicated to energy poor owners of single family houses. And the Polish state offers 70% grant to the cost of energy efficient renovation of single family houses occupied by energy poor households. But this grant is given not directly to owners of these houses, but to communes which are responsible to manage properly these grants and add the lacking financing partly from the European Union funds. And this initiative is currently developing, so we have already some good examples on the regional and local level, and that such mechanism is important, valuable, and affordable. Both subsidy schemes that I shortly described are dedicated more to support technical improvement of buildings, but they are in parallel assisted by social care spendings from the state budget, which are targeted to low-income households, and they are also associated by special grants to cover energy bills by low-income households. And this is permanent activity of the Polish state since many years. But for the next year, there is a foreseen a special grant to cover the electricity bill for low income households because of drastic increase of electricity prices. So finally, the lessons learned until today are that the financing scheme, which is helping owners of buildings to improve their technical condition, should be permanent. The permanency, this is very important, and it should be permanent over a long time. because it brings the scale, and it also gives floor to improve the schemes, to react on the changes on the situation, macroeconomic or local, or according to the policies. And the scheme should be transparent. If there are banks in this scheme, this is I think very good element of transparency of use such grants. Should be affordable for beneficiaries, and it is in Poland, and should be able also to change in line of change of economic circumstances and policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrei, and thank you to everyone for your speeches. You might have seen me taking a lot of notes that I will be using for the rest of our meeting today, of our plenary. So we'll starting from this. I do have a few questions to address to all of you. I will start with Carlis and Elena, if you don't mind, because we always make a division between the European institutions and member states, and I would like to actually ask the same questions to those representing different entities, and just to see how we can find a middle ground and an agreement, because my understanding is that there is an awareness of the different challenges, the needs. And there is a history of addressing energy and energy policy poverty over time. So what I would like to ask to both of you is that what can be done, in your view, to ensure that the European and national policies that address energy poverty are aligned? We know that this is not a direct competence of the EU, but we also know that there is a simultaneous need to provide healthy and decent housing to everyone, and at the same time to decarbonize the building sector, because in what we heard from the experience from Poland and Slovakia, the awareness of certain challenges has been there for a long time, but on top of that, now we have the climate urgency and the new objectives 2030 and 2050. So if you don't mind, Carlis, I would like to start with you.
Thank you very much, Maria Angela. Great to be here today, and thanks for the invitation. It's been a very inspiring discussion already so far, and I've been following some of the sessions in the previous days. So thank you very much for organizing all of this. I think that as we move closer to 2050, the different policy levels seem to intertwine with each other. Indeed, energy poverty is a national competence. Also, housing policy is a very traditional national competence, even a local one, one could say. And in some member states, it's a regional one, depending on their setup. So it's a very natural question to ask, what's the role of the European Union in this? What can we do together with the Council, together with the European Parliament, to improve housing? Is there even a role? In a way, I would like to say that poverty knows no boundaries. You know, we have been speaking about pollution in such a way and climate change, but I would like to take this into the poverty paradigm. Why I'm saying this is because we all face similar challenges right now. The transition is common for the entire European Union and beyond. So what is special about the European Union is that we are a democratic system with justice and fairness at the very essence and core of the policy. And this is not a negligible element. It is very important to keep in mind that whenever we design policies, First of all, of course, we take into account the legal obligations to respect subsidiarity and proportionality. But whatever we propose, the fairness and the just side of the transition is always very carefully looked at. How to bring these different areas together? Well, first of all, I think that they converge as time passes anyway, because a lot of the instruments that the European Union puts at the disposition of the member states, the legislation, but also funding, can be used to alleviate energy poverty in one way or the other. It's also there to let's say, mobilize people with their own will. Let's not forget that public support is just one part of the story. What we're looking at right now, and that has been successful, for example, in Poland, as we heard, and in other member states as well, is the actual demand of the people. They see the need to improve their living environment, and they see the logic in reducing their energy cost. So in a way, we're actually speaking about the same thing. It's more how can an individual play a role here? How can the companies and businesses play a role here? What's the role of the different levels of administration? And finally, what is the role of the European Union? So at the European Union, we don't knock on people's doors personally to invite them to sign up to a renovation program. But what we try and do is to build the political support. And in one sentence, I mean, I've been in EU policymaking for over a decade. I can tell you that energy poverty and the energy climate change agenda has never been so high up in importance. And we can see that this will continue to be like this. I mean, I don't see this fading away anytime soon. It's more a question of working together with the yes-sayers to bring the good examples to the awareness of others. And for the remainders, we just need to bring the arguments and the necessary resources. And by resources, I mean we need, first of all, the data about what are the houses, what state are they in, what are the barriers that people routinely bump up against so that we can resolve them. Secondly, obviously, funds, either private, equity, loans, but of course, public support in its right proportion. And then we come to the material side. The materials, actual building infrastructure, but most importantly, and maybe Anna is more competent here, is the skills side, which can today be seen as a challenge, but also as a huge opportunity. Because we see that the energy transition will offer a multitude of different kinds of jobs in the different sectors of the value chain. So to sum up, I think that the divide, in a way, is natural if you look at it from a, let's say, nomenclature point of view. But if you really go to the essence of the point, the citizen simply wants to have a comfortable living environment, no questions asked, lower energy bills, and how it's delivered to them is less of an issue. And us, as the public policy managers and stakeholder, let's say, unifiers, we need to figure out how to offer the best platform for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlis. Elena, what is your point of view?
Well, actually, I agree with Carlis that although housing policy, energy efficiency policies are on the level of the countries, but we are the union. And unless we meet together and exchange on what are the best examples, what are the challenges, what are the differences, what are the similarities, each and every one country will be actually sentenced to develop the wheel from the very beginning. And all the previous experiences actually proved that the exchange And discussion, the permanent discussion, is one of the answers for finding solutions to very complex challenges. I had the pleasure to be one of the coordinator of European Housing Partnership under the EU Urban Agenda. And one of the things we really asked in our action plan, and where the Parliament helped us very much, because the Parliament took the issue of housing, was to exchange formally and officially on the ministerial level in the EU countries on issues of housing regularly. It means once in 2 years, once in 3 years. Unfortunately, this was not fulfilled, but at least these housing initiatives, this Housing 2030 initiative, which covers broader regions than only EU, and there is a web page of the initiative showing all the information, is one of the solutions. And also the ministers in Geneva this year adopted so-called regional action plan. And this is again, this is legally not binding document, but because EU member states are also the member states of a UNECE region, so also our ministers agreed on what the regional action plan says, and they promised to do and act in this line. And one of the messages was we need a long-term strategic thinking. Like Andrei said, it is a long-term story. You need decades to develop concepts, to make, to increase awareness of people, because this is not just the rational thing. There is a lot of psychological barriers there. So there must be continuity and transparency of the systems. And when this is in the place in the country, the ways how the country organizes it can be different because there are different backgrounds. But the principles and the best practices can be used as the inspiration. So this is my answer. We need to communicate, we need to exchange, and together we will move forward in a higher quality. And this is the message.
Thank you very much, Elena. My next question is for Anna and Andrei, and you both sit in two very important institutions, and we've heard multiple times today, and it's clear to me at least, that the link between addressing energy poverty and climate is through the renovation of different households. And so we know that it's a complex matter, as you've just explained, but how do you think we can ensure that the policies that are related to mitigating energy poverty at national level and the renovation strategies are effective on the long term? And Anna, for you, that you are sitting at the European Parliament, what do you think it can be the Parliament's role to make sure that this connection is not lost and that this long-term perspective is also kept in view, despite the fact that the Parliament goes through election every 5 years?
Well, actually, I think my answer is really similar that I would answer to the previous question, because the problem going to be there in the upcoming years as well of the level of competences. And I would also highlight there are actually 3 levels we can talk. It's not just European level and member states level, but in general, there is a civil society level. And I believe, and it's true for so many other issues when we're talking about, for instance, rule of law or other issues within the European Parliament, we can't think on a long term if we are not dealing with civil society as an important playing factor, as a partner in the conversation. They have their role, they have their resources, and they do most of the job. Politicians doesn't need to do that type of homework. Politicians have to learn to listen and also to create the political will, because nobody else is going to do. Although, and I'm sorry, I'm a young politician in that sense, so I'm still have my original aim why to change on politics is because actually citizens can also influence or create political will. Never forget, politicians want to re-elected in every 4 years, therefore they have to listen to their voters, otherwise they won't be voted again. It's such an easy concept, and this is what Greta Thunberg realized it and started a movement, and now everybody talking about green issues. I don't believe that the new Green Deal would be such a highly important promise from von der Leyen from the very beginning if there wouldn't have been a green movement in the previous years. So I think, yes, citizens and civil society has a power to create political will, but you need to find, we need to find political stakeholders to take it over on the decision making level. And of course, never forget that everybody has different toolkits in that sense. That of course, when we're talking about that, this or that, housing, for instance, is not a European competence. But it does have impact on housing in other ways. So we have to think in its complexity, mainly through improving, for instance, the energy efficiency of houses and the situation of people living in marginalized circumstances. We can do something with that. Among the various EU policies, energy policy, regional and urban policy, employment and social affairs, and even economic policy coordination have a direct or indirect impact on housing if we are just focusing to these issues. And in these areas, the EU promotes the implementation of policies through legislation, financial resources, recommendations, opinions, technical assistance, transnational professional cooperation, and support for exchange of experiences. And these are important little tools in a toolbox, but it has to also meet the other levels, and then we have to also create political will, which going to force governments to act. And that's my answer also, what would it make for a long term? There's only long-term solutions if there's an interest to act on, and not just thinking about the future, but start acting on legislative and also other levels today, but what we do today going to impact the future. And I know it sounds super easy, but I think we are not highlighting this enough. We're still talking about climate change and everything connecting to that, energy poverty and so on. Like it's first of all individual problems, which we already discussed. It's not individual at all because it's influenced a lot of things that even rich neighborhoods around the poorer neighborhoods, it's affect them. So we can't talk about that as our individual problems, it's the problems of the community in a local level, in a national level, and in a European level as well. We have to educate and empower citizens to understand that these are not science fiction stories and not something in a meta level. It's about their life today, and already today it's influenced them. And it's not just because of that we have to act today, but if you're not acting now, in 10 years, it's going to be too late to act. And there's not going to be 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years anymore. But this is a homework politicians have to do. It's not necessarily just the civil society's job. And it has to happen parallel in a national and a European level. Otherwise, there's not going to be any change, not even a short term. And we are not talking about long term.
Thank you. Andrzej, what's your point of view, considering that Poland has had a long-term approach, at least, to renovation and addressing energy poverty?
I think that Anna presented the political point of view of European Union to these things, and I'm sure that these policies and these schemes that will be created or under creation will be much better than earlier. But the most important is how to bring the benefits from these policies and schemes to the final beneficiary, to the owner of the dwelling or to the owner of the single family house. And I think that it is not possible to educate very quickly very large parts of our societies which still do not understand the goals of Green Deal and do not understand what does it mean climate neutrality, or nearly zero energy buildings, etc. And they're all to convince from one side owners of buildings with these instruments in order to achieve the goals, the European Union goals, is rather in the hands of so-called intermediaries between the policies and the owner of the building. This in case of multi-apartment buildings across Europe, the buildings managers who are are responsible on operation of multi-apartment buildings, but they are or should be also ready to manage the deep renovation processes of the buildings, and not only related to improvement of energy efficiency, because this is only a part of improvement of technical condition of the building, but they should know how to organize, how to develop the projects, and then how to raise funds for this renovation, how to select the contractors, how to control the quality of works, how to monitor, etc. These are very new practical skills that they are not in possession of most of buildings managers in Europe. They are partly in possession of energy auditors who have not enough skills to manage buildings. So the cooperation of buildings managers and energy auditors, which has been developed in Poland, shows that this is a part of the process which is really necessary to develop and implement a proper way the renovation of multi-apartment buildings. In case of single-family houses, currently these financing schemes are offered through the communes, and so we should expect from the municipal officers that they will be acting on behalf of communes or behalf of single-family house energy poor owners as investors, as developers of energy efficiency projects, and disbursing also money, selecting constructors, etc. Not many communes are so deeply involved in such investment processes. I would rather say that most of municipalities have not enough skilled own staff in municipal administration to manage such processes. So I'm talking about barriers which are on this direct level. I believe that the policies will be okay on the EU level, also in each country, but how to implement them, how to involve, as you mentioned, citizens, owners of single-family buildings and tenants or owners of flats into this story, so that they will accept the good advice coming from housing administrators, energy auditors, and municipal officers. So this element of the scheme needs special attention and special support. It is there are sources to support such activity, like the Elena funds or many different one-stop shop concepts and services developed in Western Europe. But I think that we need to go a step further to create for the well-skilled people opportunity to be more active towards the owners of buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to pick up on what most of you said about engaging citizens and bringing them along in this journey, which through renovation and that would deliver many benefits to them. It doesn't seem like an easy thing to do, but from where you stand, and this is a question for all of you, how do you think you and the institutions that you represent can engage with citizen participation, promote critical thinking, but also convince them that going through a renovation is for their own good, if I can put it very, very simply, because it does seem like everyone is talking about this, but no one has been able to convince everyone to do that, and it's sometimes for a lack of understanding, sometimes of a lack of specific supporting instruments. But how do you think you can engage citizens? And I'm thinking, Carlis, I will start with you. And I'm thinking about you and your role now in the revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Can anything be done in that framework to make sure that citizens have better information or a better understanding of these issues?
Mariangela, the question that you ask is really at the core of the renovation policy. Because, as I stated previously, we are not in a position to go and speak to all of the close to 500 million citizens. That should be done nationally. That should be done locally. That should also be done at community level. And by communities, I mean, cities can be big, multi-million inhabitants. What's best for their neighborhood? What we can do and what is eligible with the recovery resilience funds, etc., is setting up one-stop shops. Setting up, and the definition is open. So basically, if you implement locally a buildings policy and energy transition, how do you get to the people? That's going to be different because people in Finland might want to meet up next to an ice skating rink after ice hockey training, and people somewhere else might meet up while doing their groceries or get their information there. The question there is, I'm caricaturizing a little bit, but the point is that the information should be easily accessible and useful for them, pertinent. And the different clients, owner and tenant types are going to have different habits. You can't reach everybody through, let's say, state central media TV channels. You can't reach them all through social channels because of their usage habits. You can't reach them all through schools and universities. It's basically all of it that we will need to do, because the awareness raising starts where people are, where they spend their time. So one-stop shops is one thing. Another thing is the planning logic and the planning framework. So we run an administration system here at the Commission, and one way to ensure the quality beyond going back to member states before they start their planning and remind them of the use of involving citizens is to be involved in that actual planning process. So the National Energy Climate Plans are a good example where we, as the Commission, receive drafts, then the Commission analyzes and issues recommendations. So this is another way how the Commission can get involved and make suggestions to member states. So there are instruments but the fundamental question is that it's better managed as a bottom-up process rather than a top-down process. When people express their views and interests, give them a platform instead of muffling them or redirecting them to other priorities. We actually want to hear, and one of the examples is the new European Bauhaus initiative that the Commission has proposed. It's not specifically about energy poverty, but I still think it's worthwhile mentioning because it is exactly an example of such a community-fed, community-driven project. Not just for buildings, it's much broader, but in the end, as we citizens, we also live in an environment. It's not just a building, it's how we do our shoppings and daily trips. It has to make sense for the citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, how do we engage citizens?
Well, that's the core problem to understand and find a solution for politicians, because without that, we never be able to do our jobs. But it's not to make a joke out of that, it's getting more and more difficult. We have to realize that people lost the trust in politicians and lost the trust in institutions. So this is why actually European institutions are in a big trouble, because they're not just physically far from the citizens, but also trust is broken towards any kind of institutions. But it's easy, especially within populist political narratives, to believe that there is no commission or parliament. They don't even understand that there is Brussels. So there's a lot of things to first deal with before what we just heard can reach the citizens. However, I agree with everything already said, that it has to be in multiple levels and multiple channels. And I want to highlight that there is an open a window of opportunity in that sense. There is new generation growing up who actually using different resources, not just the old school conservative resources, and they are more critical than ever. But they are really not interested in public debates or politics in general. But we have to find a way for them. We don't have to necessarily find an angle to reach out to all generations in all situations and all type of communities. If we find stakeholders, again, within the citizens, those ones who are somehow can influence their communities. It can be community leaders or can be the youngsters who actually can tell their grandparents that you don't have to understand, just trust me. I know it sounds easy. This is not easy at all. But this is what we have to start working together, civil society and politicians. And it's one of my ultimate goal to start building these bridges, because we either start to work hand in hand or nobody going to reach their goals. I'm coming from Hungary. There are no trust between among civil society and politicians. And I understand why, because I'm coming from the civil society. But we have to build these bridges because we can reach out with different tools to different type of people. But we have to start looking at citizens as not just people we have to convince, but stakeholders who can help us to achieve our goals.
Thank you. In view of the time, we've been receiving multiple questions from our audience. If you allow me, Elena and Andrea, I would like to address some of these questions to you, because actually the first one is direct to you. It's from Asia from Habitat for Humanity in Bulgaria. And the question is about the definition of energy poverty households and whether you do have a clear definition of energy poverty households in your country, so in Slovakia and in Poland. Elena, is that definition available and existing and known in Slovakia, and if not, do you need one?
Well, there is no legal definition, so legally binding definition. There is a lot of discussions running how to calculate energy poverty. There are many ways, like Anna said that, for example, households in arrears with their bills for energy is one indicator. Then the general income, the minimum income of the family, the income of the family as the indicator, because of the cost of living, certain levels of income actually don't allow families to afford, for example, heating. So this is another, so we don't have the clear and official definition, but we are discussing it very much, and I think that it is on being formalized. It has a certain barriers to reach an agreement on the definition. One of them is the situation of the state budget. Because of COVID and because of the economic development, the possibilities of state budget are limited, so it is very difficult to introduce maybe new subsidy schemes for these families. And if we had the official definition, it would actually force the society to also agree on some measures. So I think that actually what we are doing politically, we are postponing the moment of the truth when we will have to admit and do something very practical and economically based.
Thank you. Andrzej, do you have a definition of energy poverty households in Poland?
Well, this is in use is the definition of Eurostat, which is general, and this is inability to adequately heat a dwelling in the European Union and associated countries' households, and additionally inability to pay bills for heat, electricity, and fuels. And so we do not have a special definition, but the research in Poland showed that there is a very exact correlation between the low-income households and energy pure households in Poland. So if the energy cost exceeds 10% of the household cost of low income family, it is just treated as an energy poor and in opposite. So, and for all the state aid and other programs are prepared for such low income families who are in fact also energy poor, and they use these funds to cover energy bills and to also some of such state aid can be paid, can be transferred to the renovation funds of multifamily buildings in order to cover the cost of technical improvement of the buildings. So it may help also to improve the thermal comfort of such families.
Thank you. We just received a question that is related to definition, but looking at a broader concept. Some of you have mentioned a just and socially fair transition, which it's also one of the objective of the EU Green Deal. And Akos asks whether there is a definition applied by the EU institutions of what a socially fair, just and socially fair transition is. And even, I think, more interesting is there the potential of the lack of maybe an agreement on what this is exactly it? Could they slow down the process? And this is my own reflection, similarly to what the conversations about the definition of energy poverty have slowed down the process and some of the implementations of some policies in the past. So I will start with you, Carlis, and maybe Anna, if you do have maybe a suggestion of what your definition of fair and socially just transition could be. Thank you.
Thank you. fair and socially just is, the transition that gets us there in the end. I think that's sort of the oxymoron. Has to be inclusive, has to listen to the people, has to think about system benefits so that when there is any resource left over, any synergies to be made, they are used. And finally, that the point of departure is the people-centric one. Both the policy and the underlying implementation have to have the customer experience at the center. If people like to transition, if it's comfortable to them, then they will do it. If it's something like we heard from Anna, where we don't have trust, where we doubt, where we don't have long visibility or predictability, if we have doubts, then we won't. And it is as simple as that, basically.
Anna?
I would firstly just add that although I understand the need of clear definitions, because then if there is a clear understanding, and then we can also ask the responsibility if something that happens. On the other hand, right now, and I'm sorry to bring back this really different topic to the table, but right now we are living in a rule of law crisis, because although there is a clear definition what is rule of law, still member states can say that no, there are the other definitions, and it's only a value, not a definition, and there's nothing that they can do about it. So I'm just saying that definitions can help, but especially now that I'm working in the European Parliament and I see many legislative works, we can fight for hours and wording, which are really important. But at the end, we always have to understand the whole text and the whole context, what was the aim behind those words, and never mislead ourselves by only clear definitions. And to get back to this point, I think the most important that we must ensure that the transition towards a climate neutral economy happens in a fair way, leaving no one behind. And then we have to find a wording for that.
Thank you. Elena, a question for you. Yuri from Habitat for Humanity International asks whether you could give some examples of how member states can combine energy and social policy. We know that the European Commission recommends the member states to really address energy poverty in their long-term renovation strategies. Of course, they don't say how, because we've just heard it's a matter of competence, of who has the right to take certain decisions and how to do it. But so you've been working on these issues for long. So I guess you do have some ideas and some examples that you could share with us on how member states can address energy poverty.
I will try, but I will react on what was said before about the need for communication with the civil society and about need to make people understand why certain processes and activities are in their benefit and why they should be interested and why they should support certain activities. And I would divide my answer to two parts. To answer the question, in Slovakia, we have rather successful example of combining the ambitions of energy efficiency, like stipulated in directive, and actually creating the conditions with different schemes for financing for, let's say, owners of the multi-apartment buildings to do the renovation, so to reach this ambition in energy efficiency. And because we still are relatively happy as a society that we still have these mixed societies. In multi-apartment buildings, you have lower income, middle income, even a higher income families living together, which is actually ideal from the urban point of view, and we should really care for this fact. But unless we support these lower income families in necessary activities, the activities wouldn't happen. And this is actually our good example that we created, like in Poland, very similarly, the scheme which combines subsidies and long-term low-interest loans to finance the necessary interventions, refurbishment and insulation. And by doing that, because it is really cheap and it is long-term, so it is affordable also for the low-income families in these buildings. So this is the combination of the social aspects and energy efficiency ambitions, because yes, it is necessary to have these high ambitions, but it is very difficult to make it work on the level of individuals or even local communities. So I mean, this is the biggest challenge. And again, the answer is you have to think in a long-term perspective. You have to create stable and understandable conditions that people can understand what is possible, and then they will see themselves that why it is good for them. I don't think that all of the consumers are really so aware of policies and ideologies. They are interested in their well-being. So if the communication actually addresses this aspect, this understandable aspect for them, it is the best way. And this was our experience. We really made our managers to be more professional, to be able to better communicate these technicalities and financial aspects to people. And then we also worked with representatives of owners in their umbrella organizations, that they, through their channels, can influence their membership. So I think this is the easiest and more pragmatic way.
Thank you. Andrzej, would you like to add anything to this in terms of how do we make sure that we address energy poverty through building policy?
Well, my experience tells that the best idea to help people in understanding the needs to improve technical condition of buildings and to save the energy and to save the energy cost is simply to knock the entrance door of each multi-apartment building and to knock entrance doors of each single family house which is occupied by energy poor people, with an understandable package of information and solutions, and also financing. So we are very close to the one-stop shop concept, which should be applied on a very individual way directly to the owners of dwellings or managers of home associations. I think that this is the best way, and this will be the best effective way to knock entrance doors of each building. How to do it, how to use the funds that are available to knock each entrance door. This is the question, because the current technical support which is available is not so easy to apply for such activities. The Elena funds or one-stop shop funds, they need intermediary, they need or require the large portfolio of investment value, like 30 million euros. So it is these barriers should be eliminated. Decrease. We need more. Simply more opportunities for managers, for energy auditors who are able to present all this package of information, financing, and good advice properly to the occupant of the multi-family building or owner of single-family house who are energy poor. And we will profit as a society from this.
Thank you very much to all of you. Time flies when we are in good company. We are about to wrap up our plenary session and leave the room for the rest of the rest of the day. So I wanted to thank you all for your contribution, and thank you the audience for sending these questions. We were not able to address them all, but I hope you found the debate and this exchange as interested as I found it. I will just take advantage of the last 3 minutes to just summarize a few of the points that have been exchanged, because I think there are a few red threads that have been mentioned multiple times, and I will quote some of you by doing this. The first thing that I really would like to highlight is that, as Carly said, poverty, like climate, knows no boundaries, and I think we have to keep this in mind when addressing the issue. And this means that everyone has a role to play, from the European institutions, be it the European Commission and the European Parliament and the Council, to every member state and their communities and their administrations, to each of us as member of the society, as building owners or tenants, and just simply citizens. Now, the challenge is, how do we manage to do that, and how each of us use their role and their position and their jobs and their voice to make sure that we don't forget that addressing energy poverty is not only a need, but it's also an opportunity to make sure that everyone has better living condition, which means better jobs, better opportunities to learn, higher productivity. Everything is linked. We know it is a complex issue, but we also know that it is possible. And I think today the European Commission has the opportunity to do its part by defining its own priority in the Energy Performance of Building Directive and the implementation of the renovation wave. And tomorrow, every member state has the responsibility to take it home and to implement it and change it and translate it into specific policies and measures that will help every single citizen to improve the conditions of the housing in which they are living. And with this, I am closing. I'm thanking Europe Housing Forum for the invitation, and I will wish all of you a great afternoon. Thank you again for joining us. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mariangela and Kadri Simpson, for her opening address. And thank you to all our speakers, Elena, Anna, Andre and Carly, for a thought-provoking discussion. In some ways, it posed a challenge to many of the comments made in our first 2 days of debates on the depleted social housing stock in Central and Eastern European countries and the impact that has on low-income families. We heard from Poland and Slovakia, where privatization of multi-apartment blocks in the 1990s created exceptionally high levels of private owner occupation, but where nevertheless there's been a strong policy focus and support for good long-term building management, grants and loans for energy efficient renovations and data collection to allow financial institutions and EU funding bodies to give support. We also heard about the plight of the Roma and low-income households in Hungary, where half the Roma population lives without indoor bathrooms and hot water and relies on burning solid fuel. Low-income families live in the least energy-efficient homes, spend more on fossil fuels and are locked in a vicious cycle. External support is needed to break this cycle. The EU may not be responsible for housing, but it can play an enabling and supporting role. We're now going to move on to our breakout sessions, where you can choose between 5 discussions. Housing 2030, time to think and do differently. Central and Eastern Europe region, is it really that similar? Climate smart solutions for resilient housing, challenges and opportunities for improving cooperative housing in Central and Eastern Europe, and more together, cooperation between Europe and Africa towards housing. I'll meet you back here after the breakouts at 15:30. See you then. Hello, welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed your breakout session and that you've had a chance to meet some of your fellow participants and visit the expo area where our sponsors, co-organisers and exhibitors have stands and video presentations. If not, you can access them via the Expo tab at the top of the main Europe Housing Forum page on the Dealroom platform. You can connect with our speakers and your fellow participants and schedule meetings with them through the Messenger, Invitations and Contacts tabs in the left-hand column. Now it's time for our next roundtable discussion, how energy efficiency renovations should address energy poverty in the COVID recovery in Europe. We heard Kadri Simons, European Energy Commissioner, earlier talking about the Green Deal, the EU's commitments to decarbonise buildings by 2050 for its worst performing buildings to be improved by 2030, and also for affordable housing policies to be rolled out next year. This discussion will look at the pandemic and how it exacerbated already harsh conditions for low-income households and how EU renovation strategies can help tackle energy poverty. Your moderator for this session is Knut Höller, an executive board member for IWO, the Housing Initiative for Eastern Europe. Knut is an economist and housing expert who's worked on housing projects with the Lithuanian, Latvian, Belarusian, Ukrainian and Russian governments and public bodies in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Knut.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome to this afternoon roundtable. As already mentioned, my name is Knut Höller. I'm sitting here in Berlin, and the NGO I am representing was founded exactly 20 years ago, and it's an honor for me to moderate today this roundtable. Thank you to Housing Europe, Habitat for Humanity, and the other organizers of these eventful days, and welcome to the virtual audience in Europe and to our 5 speakers who are here today to present their work and experiences on this topic. All EU countries must establish a long-term renovation strategy to support the renovation of their national building stock into a highly energy efficient and decarbonized building stock by 2050. I have looked at some of these strategies. To be kindly, the whole diversity of Europe comes to the fore here, and besides many concrete statements, there are also many daring perspectives. The statements on annual renovation rates are such bold statements. For example, I do not want to criticize here straight away. It is very good that these strategies exist, and when they are all available, then can bring a lot of clarity. Let's focus on that. Yesterday, we had a roundtable on very interesting projects in different countries that deal with the practical implementation of energy efficiency in buildings and energy poverty. Today, we have here experts, policymakers, representatives of the European Commission and the European Parliament to analyze the impact of EU Union, what energy efficiency programs and initiatives exist for the housing stock, and what households suffering from energy poverty can expect. Our schedule today is very tight due to organizational requirements related to the online format, and therefore all speakers are kindly asked to stick to 10 minutes representation time, each to remain on schedule and be able for our roundtable to link to the closing event. Please, all attendees, note any questions so we can share them during our exchange after the presentations and the panel discussion. So please apologize that consequently I keep the introduction of our panelists very short and invite them to add any further information while presenting, of course. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome our speakers who will enable us to dive deeper into our roundtable topic, providing various viewpoints. Let's start with Kian Kuf. I hope I pronounce it well. He is representing the group of the Greens, the European Free Alliance at our roundtable. He's trained as an architect and urban planner, and for many years lectured in urban design at Technical University Dublin. He has also been a city councillor, that is member of the lower house of the Irish Parliament and Ireland's Minister of State with responsibility for sustainable transport and climate change. A warm welcome. A warm welcome also to Stefan Moser. He has been head of unit at DG Enna since 2015, first on energy security and safety, and then on energy efficiency of buildings and products. He is trained as an economist and lawyer, and formerly, among other positions, also worked at DG Environment on climate and environmental policy. Gennady Zubko, welcome. We are very glad to have you here. Gennady is former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Regional Development, Construction and Housing in Ukraine. His professional work focuses on reforms regarding energy efficiency and decentralization in Ukraine. Mr. Zubko is also concerned with reforms in the field of construction and buildings and the development of market structures in the housing sector of Ukraine to provide consumers with quality services. We warmly welcome Barbara Steenbergen, who is the head of International Union of Tenants, EU Liaison Office. I lost my picture. I'm sorry. And this office was established in 2008. She has been committed to tenant protection for more than 20 years and is responsible for the political relations and representations of the interest of the European Tenant Association towards the European Commission, the EU Parliament, and the EU Council. Last, not least, warm welcome to Ruth Owen. She is Deputy Director at FEANZA, European Federation of National Associations working with homeless, where she has worked on housing and homelessness policy for 10 years. She is a policy and advocacy professional with extensive experience in European affairs. Now let's start with our first speaker to hear his position to the question, what impact we can expect from the EU renovation strategies on refurbishment and energy poverty in Europe. Ciara, the floor is yours, please.
Thanks very much, Knut, and thank you for that introduction. And yeah, just to think back, before I was in the European Parliament, I set up a master's program in urban regeneration and development in Dublin. And one of the reasons for doing that is, and I wish to paraphrase what the winners of the Pritzker Prize said last year, Anna Lacaton and Jean-Philippe Vassal from France, and they said that the most sustainable building is the one that's already built. And I certainly agree with what they say, and I would strongly contend that the existing building stock is the most sustainable resource that can allow us to help meet our climate goals. But not only does refurbishment reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, it can create green jobs and it can tackle energy poverty. So it's a win-win-win if we do this right. And that brings me on to what we can expect from the EU renovation strategies on refurbishment and energy poverty. I think we can be quite ambitious. I think there is a strong wind in our favor. I think that comes from both the COVID pandemic and from the climate crisis. I think from the COVID pandemic, we have learned that a pandemic can accentuate the differences between rich and poor. And I think we have all moved to the left somewhat in our political thinking. We realize the importance of state supports and state investment to tackle health crisis, but also to tackle the ongoing issues of energy poverty. And then secondly, from the climate crisis, we know, of course, that 40% of the energy we use in Europe is used in buildings, and more than a third of that of the greenhouse gas emissions in the European Union come from buildings. And if we can undertake deep renovations, we can very dramatically reduce the greenhouse gas emissions coming from buildings, and we can save people money. So there are strong reasons favouring refurbishment and deep renovations. And it's interesting that we're talking today because Commissioner Vice President Vestager will be announcing an extension to the temporary framework on state aid that was created to allow pandemic-related subsidies. In other words, there is an opportunity, an open goal to put finance into deep renovations of buildings. So I think there's never been a better time to make this happen. And the review of state aid rules can help ensure consistency with the Green Deal, with the European Green Deal, with the polluter pays principle and the do no significant harm principle. So I think there's a real opportunity there to put money into housing. And we've seen from the Netherlands that they intend putting €1 billion into new housing and into housing refurbishment. So many member states of the European Union understand that there is a housing crisis and we need to put funding there. And very simply, the changes I think that Vestager announces today will mean that national governments can continue to finance support for increasing energy efficiency of buildings. And energy efficiency projects contribute towards a green and sustainable recovery. But I think we should focus on energy efficiency projects that fight energy poverty in particular. And there's no better place to start than with public housing, with both state-owned housing and voluntary housing projects where the risks of poverty are often higher. And if anything, we need to find ways of providing more state aid to tenants and residents who are at risk of energy poverty. And that's where deep renovation schemes come in. If we can reduce the energy bill for tenants, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions as well. You know, there are some people who wish to divide us and say that there are two types of people, those who worry about getting beyond the end of the month and those who worry about the end of the world. But in fact, we can combine both of these interests in deep renovations, because we say we help save people money on fuel bills and we help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that up to 1 in 4 people across the EU are unable to adequately heat, light or cool their homes, leaky buildings in energy poor areas. And we know that 15% of Europeans live in homes with a leaking roof, damp walls, floors or rotten window frames. And that's 80 million people. And we know that 100,000 Europeans die each year in cold homes. So this is unacceptable. So we're hoping that member states will both create and coordinate the renovation strategies. And I think a dialogue between member states where they can exchange best and work practices is very important. And I know from my own background as a city councillor in the 90s and more recently that often local authorities and other actors don't have the capacity to take on deep renovations. They don't have the staff, they don't have the finance, they don't have the wherewithal, the ability to bring national, local and regional government together to tackle these issues. And I think the European Union can work with member states to make sure that building refurbishment and housing refurbishment is a big priority. And I'm pleased to say that some member states are doing this. I know that my own country, Ireland, is prioritising renovations, and I've heard of several other European countries that wish to do the same. So housing renovations, it's good for climate, it's good for jobs, and I think if we increase our ambitions in renovations, we can bring people out of energy poverty. But we need to be aware of the bottlenecks. We know that around Europe, the annual renovation rate is around 1%. How do we get that to 2% and 3% per year? Well, the bottlenecks are about capacity within local government and housing associations. So we need to provide resources there. And it's both training and finance. Too many people are just concerned with doing the day job and not thinking about the bigger picture. And even if we do get the ambition coming from those who control the building stock, we need to increase the education and training of building professionals, because it's not easy. As an architect, I know it's very easy to put in new windows that trap the energy within the home, but not too many people understand that we then need to exchange the air on a regular basis, several times per hour. So we need ventilation. We need heat exchangers so that we can take the heat out of the stale air that we're taking out of a home and preheat the air coming in. And before you know it, it's become technically complex. And both the architects and engineers and the craftspeople on the ground, they need to sit down and be brought through this process. Because I think if we've learned something from the COVID pandemic, we've learned about the importance of clean air as well as fresh air, and we've learned the importance of our homes. So the need for outdoor space, the need for indoor comfort, because we're spending quite a bit of time at home, particularly in the winter months. And as we watch the fourth wave of the pandemic all over Europe at the moment, we need to ensure that people are safe and that they are comfortable in their homes. So this is a real challenge in the time ahead. The Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is being revised at the moment, and we've got to make sure that alleviating energy poverty is part of the long-term renovation strategies and is at the heart of the revisions of this directive. And I think the EPBD has a crucial role to play in all of this, with minimum energy performance standards in combination with finance, but also with the one-stop shops that can provide information that is accessible to the energy poor and other consumers. Over the last decade, we've learned a lot about the importance of renovation. And I think we've also learned that it can't be just top down. It has to be bottom up. And we've got to listen to tenants, we've got to listen to communities, and we've got to work with them to make this happen. We see an exciting shift towards consumers becoming prosumers in selling their energy to the grid. And this is not just about the arrow coming down and the arrow coming up of the state and the citizen becoming empowered and the citizen becoming empowered in all of this, but it's also about lessons being learned from citizens on how to do this right. And that covers everything from the type of materials that we use, the type of involvement of citizens, and then training to use new heating systems that are often quite complex and hard to understand. And we need to make sure that the technocrats aren't completely in charge of this process. But look, in conclusion, I think there is a bright future for renovation. The one lesson I would say is we should start with the energy poor households first. And I think interest rates are at an all-time low. We see finance available both from state organizations and financial institutions, but also from the private sector. And what the private sector is saying to us, give us certainty, give us clarity in terms of the regulation, and the money will flow. And I think it's our duty within the European Parliament and the other European institutions is to give that clarity so that we can get that renovation rate up from 1% to 2% or 3% a year. And I certainly feel optimistic about that, as long as we realize that there are bottlenecks and overcome them, both within the legislation and within other work on the ground in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ciaran. You mentioned a lot of this individual topics of this complex area. Thank you for this introduction, and you opened up this theme to everybody here, I think. And I would like to forward the floor to Stefan Moser to point out how the Commission is thinking about this issue, and also maybe give some reflections to that what Ciaran said. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Knut. Good afternoon to all of you. Kieran Kuf, thank you very much also for this overview of priorities from the European Parliament's point of view. We could not agree more from the Commission side. I think there's very strong alignment between the European Parliament's views and assessment of the situation and what the Commission has so far brought forward in terms of renovation wave strategy, but also the legislative proposals and the funding instruments, including on the recovery side. The pandemic has indeed reinforced the difficult situation for many vulnerable citizens by confining them to conditions which are problematic and difficult to sustain, and has put, however, the focus of our minds on improving also the situation of those vulnerable citizens, and focus our minds on improving the worst performing buildings. This is what basically we will try to bring forward in the upcoming revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, to make sure that we have a reinforced ambition level, but also awareness of the shortcomings, and address the shortcomings of the current framework. So one of the priority areas will be the vulnerable citizens and the worst performing buildings, where investments make most sense and where the biggest gains can be made, not only for energy and climate, but also for improving their living conditions, and creating synergies on other challenges, including safety and health and quality of life, basically. This, of course, will be complemented by I would say, a broader governance framework, which will put more focus on operational aspects than the so far long-term renovation strategies, which are more strategic, and the name says already long-term. So we would like to have plans which are bringing together all policies and measures which are relevant to improving the building stock, and that I think is crucial. Also to have a stronger mechanism to review those strategies, those plans up front through peer reviews, including from the other member states, and have a very strong consultation of those plans with the relevant stakeholders. The objective is to create a common understanding, but also an inclusive elaboration and assessment of what needs to be done to have basically planning certainty for the authorities, also at local and regional level, but also for industry, and also to have the chance to address, for instance, the skills gap by anticipating any shortcomings, supply problems in the future of people, not enough professionals available to train them, to attract new people, and that should also be assessed in those plans. And we from the Commission side would facilitate this process and also try to bring forward recommendations which would then try to improve those plans where necessary in terms of effectiveness of delivery. So that is from that point of view a reinforcement. The focus should be on those buildings which are most in need, where the biggest gains can be made, which will be also the lower lower part of the buildings in terms of energy performance. We will try to cover some of those with EU level standards, but also otherwise ask member states to elaborate, depending on the specific circumstances of the territory, their measures. Apart from that, a big focus of the revision will be the development of better evidence. And I think evidence is crucial to direct the policy efforts, but also the funding and the technical advice to see really where are the problems, where are the barriers, what are the shortcomings. And the energy performance certificates will play a crucial role. We'll try to also cover the gaps towards other policy areas by highlighting then basically the relevant information to create synergies in terms of system integration, greening, circular economy, raw materials being used, and basically useful information which could be taken forward in other work streams, but which would benefit from a holistic view on the buildings, that the building is basically accessible in terms of one document which puts together the different challenges. We would like to move also clearly beyond energy towards greenhouse gas emissions. We are not yet in a position and not yet able to design the policies based on greenhouse gas emissions, I would say, alone or primarily, but this should be built up and become more and more a complementary, I would say, even second pillar of our policies in terms of performance of buildings. And from that point of view, we would like also to move beyond the concept of near zero energy buildings towards zero emission buildings. Because that would then have a more holistic view on actually the way how to cover the gap through renewable energy, which would be produced on site or in regionally integrated structures. So that is one important element. What we also would like to add is a deep renovation standard, which would somehow focus financing on really ambitious renovations, but at the same time allow for phased execution, for step-by-step execution of deep renovations, in order to make sure that the living conditions of people will not be too severely impacted, but also in view of technical constraints or financing constraints. We have worked extremely closely with the member states. The member states are also talking to each other, and in the different cooperation forums which we have, also with the concerted action and the committees. And it has been also extremely useful to have the long-term renovation strategies as a basis for the recovery and resilience funds, to have sufficient absorption capacity to know what to spend the money on. And both the strategies, but also the plans in the future should have a particular focus on vulnerable people, on addressing also the social components and the social challenges, how to address them. Buildings policy is a social policy first and foremost, and needs to be kept in mind. Of course, the EPBD plays together with a number of other instruments, notably from the July package, which are part of the Green Deal. And there, the Climate Social Fund comes in as a supporting mechanism to allow for an ambitious transition linked to the ETS, extended to buildings, which addresses financial and economic barriers. This will work hand in hand with the other pieces of the Green Deal, the Renewable Energy Directive, Energy Efficiency Directive, which also has a very strong social dimension, the exemplary role of public buildings regulated in the EED, in the Energy Efficiency Directive, and then the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive brings in the governance improvements, information improvements, but also the incentives, the regulatory push towards addressing and improving the entire building stock. So I think from that point of view, we are very much looking forward to intensifying our cooperation with the member states, but also with the European Parliament now to find the best possible negotiation of all those proposals on the table, because what we need to ensure is coherence and then make sure that we move forward very quickly with the implementation. We take also enforcement very seriously, enforcement of the current framework. This is not put in question. What we put on the table is now increasing the ambition level compared to what we have now. So basically not to say, let's forget about the current framework, let's now negotiate new legislation, then we see, but really the current framework is the basis. This will continue and will be upgraded. So we have to also focus very much on making it work and creating a further ambition for the transition into the future towards 2030, and then a fully decarbonized building stock in 2050. So with that, I would like to thank you very much and look forward to the further talk this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stefan, for this contribution and your explanations about the long-term strategies. I very much welcome the topic of to increase the professionals in this doing, and also to have some accessible points in the strategies to compare this. I see from my practical work that there's a huge need of more human capacities in working in this area in every country, especially in Eastern Europe. And that's before we come to some comments from the NGO side. I would like to leave the European Union now and give the floor to Gennady Subko from Ukraine, where we have also very huge challenges with regard to energy efficiency in the building stock. We have around 80,000 buildings, I guess, in Ukraine need to be refurbished, and Ukraine is still in the beginning to develop our own strategy. And Gennady, I cannot see you so far, but I give the floor to you and hope you can hear us and can start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Höller, because you were in Ukraine in 2015 and 2019, and maybe do you know about two different situations between this period? I had to greet all the participants of the round table. Such a large housing forum on overcoming energy poverty and energy efficiency. It is a very correct and timely initiative. Thank you for invitation to take part in it. Today, all for us, Ukraine and the countries of Europe, is the epicenter of three challenges: climate change, COVID-19 pandemic, energy crisis provoked by Russia. This is a very dangerous symbiosis that is hitting hard states and people. These challenges can be overcome only together with joint efforts. I'm sure that achieving energy security, overcoming the energy crisis and energy poverty is possible through common energy efficiency policy. From my personal experience, I know that European energy efficiency strategies and programs are effective and efficient. The case of Ukraine proves it. Ukraine, assisted by European partners, began energy efficiency reform in 2015. I was responsible for it to Ukrainian government from 2014 to 2019. The European Union and government Germany become our key partners. I will accompany my speech with slides with key figures. One moment, I start and share. Yeah. Thank you. One moment. Yeah. Yeah. Do you see?
Not so far.
Not so far. Okay. One moment. Now?
Not.
Sorry.
Mr. Subhol, I think I can share the slides for you, and you can just, or you can do it by yourself. Perfect.
Now? You see, no?
I can see now the slides and the MS Teams, but not on the main screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe I speak about my presentation and maybe your teams to show from.
I suggest, Gennady, that you continue and maybe somebody in the backstage can help you. Oh no, we are seeing it. Oh,
I can see them.
It's fine. Yeah, everything is fine.
Okay. And start with slide 1. What was the situation in Ukraine before 2015? How did we start for energy efficiency reform? We were completely dependent on Russian gas import. We had an outdated Soviet model of housing management. There was no self-organization of apartment buildings owners, so we had no effective apartment building owner. There was no energy consumption accounting. Energy waste losses only in buildings amounted up to 9 billion cubic meters of gas per year. There was no energy audit of buildings. 85% of Ukrainians suffered from energy poverty. What energy efficiency laws did we have? None. Next slide. Next slide. In 2015, we started implementation of the energy efficiency reform. Our roadmap was the association agreement with EU and key EU energy efficiency directives, Article 27 and 31. The first step was the adoption for necessary legislation. We made decisions that had never been made in history of independent Ukraine. We developed new legislation that opened the way for to energy efficiency reform. We passed the key laws on management of multifamily buildings, housing and utility services, commercial accounting on heat energy, and commercial accounting heat energy and energy efficiency of buildings. The general law on the energy efficiency fund. The practical steps began, which gave very good results over the first 5 years from 2015. And next slide, we create the Institute of Responsible Owners. It's an association of co-owners of multifamily buildings for the purpose of effective buildings management. The number of home owners association has increased 2.5 times over 5 years, from 13,000 to 34,000. We launched the market of housing and utility services and gave consumers the opportunity to choose a provider of these services. We set transparent rules of relations between consumers and service providers. Next slide. We launched metering. One moment. We launched metering and accounting of consumed energy. We introduced efficient heat and water metering. People received the opportunity to calculate their own energy consumption and reduce its volume. Heat meters were installed in 85% of buildings over 5 years. Next slide. We launched the energy audit market. 43 universities started programs for energy auditor education. 1,400 Ukrainian energy auditors have started work. 6,000 multifamily buildings have been certified, which is only beginning of modernizing 90,000 buildings that need energy efficiency modernization. Next slide. One moment. One moment. Together with European partners, together with European partners, we launch a very powerful organization, the Energy Efficiency Fund. The fund goal is scale energy efficiency modernization of the housing sector, where this great energy losses, one more time, 9 billion cubic meters of gas take place. Such institutes work in many European countries. We used the best experience of Lithuania, Poland, and Czechia. The funds provides financial and technical assistance for energy efficiency programs and multifamily buildings. And the model of funds work, all its procedure and programs were developed with the support and participation of representatives of European Union and the government of Germany. European partners invested 100 million euros to co-finance the funds programs. The Energy Efficiency Fund is a powerful tool for overcoming energy poverty. The effect of funds work will have a synergy effect on the entire economy. Investment potential of the energy efficiency market is 50 billion euros. Energy saving in householders up to 60%. Reduction of gas consumption up to 10 billion cubic meters. Creation of up to 75,000 of new jobs. These are engineers, builders, energy managers, and others. It is also a huge opportunity for the development of small and medium businesses, construction industry. The second tool to help citizens implement energy efficiency activities and reductions is the state program of warm loans, which they introduced 2015. It provides state compensation of the certain percentage of the householders' cost for various energy efficiency programs in their homes. 850,000 householders used this program over 5 years. The third tool to overcome the energy poverty of Ukrainians is state financial assistance in utilities payments through subsidies. Today, 3 million Ukrainian householders receive subsidies. This year, the total of state budget funds for subsidies reached 1.5 million euros. This is about 4% of the national budget. We understand that through subsidies, we must support citizens who really need help and cannot pay the full utilities price. But our main goal is to stimulate people to save energy and implement energy efficiency program. All of these energy efficiency tools enable us to overcome the 3 challenges that I mentioned at the beginning. In particular, saving the 9 billion cubic meters of gas that is wasted in buildings will help us work together for combat climate change. And then Energy Efficiency Fund is designed to save family budgets on energy resources and overcome energy poverty. Reducing energy consumption gives Ukraine the opportunity to be less sensitive to Russian pressure. Ukraine proves that it can be energy efficient and energy independent. We are going step by step to overcome energy poverty. We understand that there is still a lot to do to achieve full success. I'm certain that we can achieve success through cooperation between Ukraine and the European Union. Thank you very much for your help and support. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Renadi, for your contribution. I would like to underline that we cannot often enough hear how the situation in Ukraine is and compared to the member states, and that their cooperation is very necessary and what together with the European Union and different governments, among them Germany, did in the last 5 years was very necessary. You took tremendous efforts to pick up the homeowners where they are, and you need to invest a lot and to provide subsidies to pick them up. And I'm happy that this machinery now is starting, even if it is not perfect, but you got the start, and that's very important for the development of the country, and I think to gain all the win-win options others already explained here. Thank you, Gennady, once again. And I now come to Barbara and ask her to her comment, and the floor is yours, Barbara.
Thank you very much. My name is Barbara Steenbergen, representing 30% of the people in Europe, those who rent their apartment. I'm speaking on behalf of the International Union of Tenants, and I'm in charge of European issues. Well, we have heard a lot of presentations before from the Parliament, from the Commission, and also from the states. So those who renovate the houses. Now comes the contribution from the tenant side. So we heard a lot about talking to peers and talking to key stakeholders. Well, I think we can get better in this. So obviously my role today is to pour a little bit of water in all the wine that I have been seeing so far. So let me come up with 11 concrete claims for a tenant-friendly Green Deal and tenant-friendly renovations. We heard so far from Ciaran, there are some bottlenecks, and I think my job today is to name those bottlenecks and also hope that the Commission and Member States perhaps listen to this, because obviously we are not so far in the renovation rates of Europe, only 1%. It's very poor, and there must be a reason for that. And I tell you some reasons, and I tell you always, as a very optimistic person, some ways out. First of all, we have heard so far that the Green Deal should be combined, of course, with the recovery in the corona. That's absolutely the truth. We have this momentum now. I absolutely agree. We have never been so far when it comes to the renovation of the housing stock and the help from European money in this. It's a historical moment. I agree fully. But we did the effort and screened all the recovery and resilience proposals from the member states towards the Commission. And it is rightly said that at the moment we can do everything. Mrs. Vestager gave us green light for the big investment. And this is good because investment in affordable housing needs state aid. It is not possible to do it without. Well, screening all those proposals for the recovery in the member states, we have seen that there is a lot for helping private homeowners, renovating the private rentals, the private stock, renovating the private rental stock. But what we have not seen so far is that there is a clear proposal to put a massive effort on the public housing stock, on the social housing stock, on the affordable housing stock. And this is actually the housing stock where our people live. These are those households with low and medium incomes, and they are affected mainly by energy poverty. So I think we should really redirect our thoughts in helping those who are affected mainly, and they live in the public and social housing stock. This has been said by the Commission so far, but what I have been reading so far, as well in the EPBD, as well in the EED, well, it's not hitting the point. It's not enough what you have said so far. I tell you what is the crucial issue. When it comes to tenants' interest in renovation, the crucial point is why we are always a little bit reluctant and we are not happy if we find the letter of our landlord in our mailbox, your house is going to be renovated. It is a fact that in most of the European member states, the cost of renovation can be directly passed on to the tenants. In 21 of the member states, this is the case. This means a renovation is paid by the tenants, or fully or partly. And this is a problem for most of our people. We have now faced massive income losses by the pandemic. Tenants have been hit hardest by the pandemic because also the let's say, funds that were available from a recovery, they were mainly for homeowners, for people not able to pay their mortgage, but not for people not being able to pay their rents. So we have really a gap there between homeowners and tenants. So what can we do about this bottleneck? So every homeowner can pass on the cost of renovation directly to the tenants, and the tenants pay it at the end. Well, the magical word, it's called housing cost neutrality. This is a technical term. I may explain what this means. Housing cost neutrality means that the increases in rent, which are, again, I underline, possible in 21 European member states by rent law, that those increases in rent after renovation are fully balanced by energy savings. This would be a tenant-friendly Green Deal. And there we would be able to say fully yes to renovation. Unfortunately, the housing cost neutrality principle is only incorporated in one country of the European Union so far, the Netherlands. And we have heard also that the Netherlands is putting a lot of efforts in renovating their housing stock, because they said our housing stock has to be gas neutral by 2050. And their housing stock, ladies and gentlemen, is 30% social housing. So this is the reason why they put a lot of money from the Recovery and Resilience Facility into the housing stock. They already made the promise, and they have this housing cost neutrality principle incorporated in their national law. There is also another issue which is incorporated in the law of the Netherlands, which is extremely crucial for the tenants. Full tenants' participation in renovation. What does that mean? That the tenants are fully informed and they have to have a majority of 70% and say yes to the renovation of the building. If you do not reach the 70% of one entire block, you cannot renovate the house. And this is why renovation in the Netherlands, it's very successful. And why the state is also putting a lot of money into it, because they removed already all barriers. And I think this is very crucial, that this housing cost neutrality principle is more, let's say, put into the center of the European Green Deal. And Mr. Moser, with all respect, it's not enough to put in the Energy Efficiency Directive a sentence, we will incorporate a task force who will talk about this principle. That's not enough. You have to incorporate the principle by law. Otherwise, it's not a deal for the tenants. What has also been said by Siren, I think our points match in many, many ways. We should absolutely concentrate on the public and social housing stock, because there we have the energy poor living. And what we have seen so far, it is concentrated again on the private stock. So we have in Italy the super bonus. Everybody is completely happy about the super bonus and telling about it. This is only for homeowners, ladies and gentlemen. This has nothing to do with the rental housing stock. So this is a massive state subsidy for homeowners. So let's go back, let's say, to the classical themes that we should work for. I think it has been said we are talking more about greenhouse gas emissions. Yes, what does this mean? We are talking about taxation of energy consumption and energy emission. Taxation of energy consumption and emission is very, very dangerous for tenants. Why is that the case? Tenants do not have one say about what is invested in the renovation. It is the pure part of the landlord to say what is done. And the investment can only be done by the landlords. And the landlords, if there is an energy taxation on emissions or consumptions, they are also able by rent law to pass on those extra taxation onto the tenants. So another burden put up. Ladies and gentlemen from Commission, Parliament and Council, please read the rent law. You are endangering a lot of people with that what has been said when it comes to energy taxation of consumption and emission. What can we do about it? I promised to propose you some solutions. Well, if there is taxation, and I probably think that we will come so far, I think all the directions are going into this way. When you have then taxes coming from emission and consumption taxation, then create a fund, a climate allowance for poor and middle income households. A climate allowance, it's the same as a housing allowance, a housing subsidy, but for the renovation. This can be very concrete, a concrete help, and it can be incorporated very easy because it is only another part of the existing housing allowances we already have. A climate component on top of the existing housing allowances. You do not need to reinvent the wheel for that. And that would be a real fair and just transition deal. We have heard a lot of this just transition, and several people were asked, what is this? And everybody said, yeah, it's not quite clear. There are several proposals. I cannot name it. Okay, I tell it for the tenants. This is the climate allowance. This is the just transition for us. I would come to another point, which is also perhaps a little bit frightening. But again, somebody has to say it. Well, what do we do with the minimum energy performance standards that we incorporate by the Energy Performance Buildings Directive? They will come, definitely. They have to come. Okay, fine. But how is this translating again into the rent law? What would this mean? Well, if a building which is rented out is not matching minimum energy performance standards, then there should be also a ban on rent increases. I hope I make this point very clear. If you want to impose something like MEPS, MAPS, then also combine it with a ban on rent increases. Otherwise, it will not work. This brings me to the point which is directly connected to that. If there is public funding by EU, by member states, by local authorities, and most of the time it is a multi-level financing which is coming. This is good. Then also implement rent caps on those houses which receive the funding. Otherwise, the funding will be capitalized. This is what we have seen in the past, and this is what we need to avoid in the future. If you really make it serious, and if we really want to have a tenant-friendly and fair Green Deal. So last but not least, I stop here now. I think we have a lot of room to debate afterwards on that. I think it is extremely important that we talk the same language. What we have now so far in the EPBD, Energy Performance Buildings Directive, we have a system of energy classes, energy labels, and they are mostly labeled A, B, C, D. Well, compare label A in Germany with label A in Italy. You have completely different figures. It is really crazy. So if you want to compare, and if you need this comparison as a reason also for funding, if you want to reach a certain energy level, A, B, C, then it should be quite clear what is this level. So our idea would be our solution, stop with this labeling, A, B, C, D, and start with kilowatt hours per square meter in here. That would be very transparent. It is easy to understand. The tenants know it already. And that would be a tool for more transparency and fairness when it comes to the provision of money and funding. So thanks for so far. I think we'll have more to debate later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Of course, every time for your clear position. You mentioned that we can discuss this. I guess that we do not have the time today to go deeper into this, but of course, you mentioned we need to consider every kind of tenants and homeowners and housing forms in all this doing, and you are completely right. If we have here a representative of homeowners, I think he would like to say always the same as you mentioned for this group of tenants. And the conclusion is, of course, we need to pick them all up where they are. And I would like to now give the floor to Ruth. And we have it now 13 minutes before we need to close the session. I apologize that I not interrupted you because I think this was quite a good forum to hear the positions of different speakers and also the outside of the European Union from Ukraine, so that I need to decide if I let you speak or we come to some questions you already mentioned in your contributions, and therefore I'm thankful. Ruth, the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be very brief to keep a little bit of time for discussion. So I represent FIANSA, which is the European Federation of Organizations working on homelessness. So we look at renovation from the unique perspective of those most vulnerable on the housing market. Homelessness is, of course, just the extreme end of a spectrum of housing exclusion, and that's one of the biggest social challenges facing Europe today. 9% of low-income households live in severe housing deprivation, 40% are overburdened by housing costs. Basically, too many people in Europe are already struggling to access and maintain a decent home, and too many are trapped in unfit housing with huge consequences for their health and well-being. COVID has brought that point home beyond any possible doubt. A decent home is essential to human health and well-being, and not having one is extremely dangerous. Obviously, there's a huge overlap between housing exclusion and energy poverty, which is basically the result of low incomes, high energy prices, and inefficient housing. So I think FIANSA hopes that the planned renovation wave will help tackle climate change, energy poverty, and housing exclusion in an integrated way. We certainly hope for the win-win-wins that Kieran described, whereby the people most in need of renovation are reached first and foremost. And we want to see significant reductions in the number of people living in inadequate housing and in housing cost overburden. However, we're also extremely sensitive to the risks that the renovation wave poses from a housing point of view. Increased energy and housing costs will push more people into housing exclusion. Renoviction is already a reality in Europe, and we're worried that it will grow and play into processes of gentrification and the contraction of affordable housing supply. So we're not completely convinced yet that all the pieces of the puzzle are in place for the renovation wave to generate a positive impact on the housing situation of low-income households. And I'd say that the 7 things we most need to make that happen are clear targeting of renovation towards low-income households facing energy poverty and poor housing conditions, adequate funding and finance to support these households, supportive measures such as the one-stop shops that we've heard about, but we really need to make sure that they are operational and have sufficient capacity to deliver. Affordability is a horizontal principle. Social safeguards such as prohibition of energy cutoffs, limits on rent increases, and prohibition of renoviction. Targeted strategies to reach those most likely to be left behind. So we've heard a lot today about tenants in the social housing sector, but social housing can also play a kind of protective function, and some of the worst housed people in Europe are tenants in the private rental sector. Also, people living in multi-apartment buildings, whether they be owners or tenants, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, and poor rural homeowners as well. We also think that there's a big opportunity to ensure that those furthest from the labour market are reached by new employment and training opportunities in the construction sector linked to the renovation wave. So I think we need to see the Fit for 55 package bring these bits of the puzzle together, and then, of course, when it comes to implementation at national level, that's where a lot of this work needs to happen. It's quite encouraging to hear about the plans to make long-term renovation strategies more operational, to have this kind of peer review process, etc. Because I think implementation is the key challenge when it comes to actually delivering a just transition. I'll stop there so that we can have a few questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ruth. And now we have 8 minutes before I need to pass to Dean. And as Barbara addressed very directly Stefan, maybe he can give a short answer to how the Commission is seeing the rental sector, who is mainly represented in Western Europe. need to know this because the rental market in Eastern Europe, for instance, in the new member states, is very less from the percentage of the total housing stock, and we have really two different regions. In Europe, we need to combine with all these efforts.
Thank you very much, Knut, and also to Barbara and the other speakers, Renadi and Ruth, and in any way to Kieran also for the interesting remarks. I think what was mentioned also in the chat from Akos Gostoni is indeed true. We have different realities in Europe. For this reason, there can be no uniform approach at European level. But this will have to be taken up very seriously by the member states. So the task will go to them in the national plans, but also already now in the long-term renovation strategies, to see how they can address and how can they mitigate the social challenges. And what we would like to make sure is that member states give a very serious consideration to making sure there's a just and fair transition, that the vulnerable citizens, either in tenant relationships or in ownership of buildings, will be able to shoulder the burdens. Of course, there will always be direct advantages from a renovation, like energy savings for heating, so less heating fuel costs. But at the same time, of course, we have a very strong public good character. So safety, health, quality of life, greening, integration in the broader society, and also the energy and broader environmental and mobility system is something which is a responsibility also for the public. It is, and the benefits for that can therefore also be very well justified on the basis of public funds being injected. And I think there will have to be a very careful but also a complete consideration of how much money will be needed to be given to the benefit of those vulnerable citizens in order to shoulder basically the costs from the necessary renovations, which we have to do in any event. And that will depend on whether they're in ownership structures, then they're the direct recipients, or in tenant relationships, where then basically the question comes up: how do we limit the increase in rents? A contract basically with the building societies, the owners of those houses, to make sure that they don't pass on more than what actually will be the direct benefit in terms of savings for vulnerable people who simply cannot pay more. So this will have to be a targeted analysis at the national, even lower at the local and regional level. Really, what are the challenges? How much money will be needed? This will have to be then facilitated from national state aid, but also from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, from the cohesion policy funds, and of course also by encouraging through reducing the risks through guarantees by public financing coming in. So to making it less risky, cheaper, attractive to finance there. But that is something which cannot be imposed in a uniform manner at union level. So this is simply, I would say, what we call then subsidiarity. The task will be there for the member states. We will look deeply into that. We'll have a policy dialogue and also peer reviews with the member states on what they do, but we cannot impose a uniform solution on this. But I think we fully agree on the importance and on the need to take it very seriously.
Thank you, Stefan. And maybe for the next 4 minutes, one takeaway and 1 minute from everybody in the round, and then we need to close. Sian, maybe you can start.
Well, I think certainly for me, I think the points that Barbara and Ruth made about ensuring that tenants and those on low incomes are at the heart of renovations, I think is a very important one that I will, certainly take away as we move towards the revision of the Energy Performance Directive. I think the lessons from Berlin and other cities on renovations have to be close to our discussion. And I think some of the concerns and suggestions that you both made are of huge relevance. For instance, that there should not be a rent increase if the minimum energy performance standard is not met. And then this issue about the disparity in energy ratings between different member states is clearly something that we have to address. So I think there's a lot that will feed into our discussions and deliberations over the coming months. And I certainly look forward to being in contact with all of you on the call as we move towards the revisions to this directive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sian and Gennady. Maybe your last closing remark from your side.
Okay, thank you very much. We have great experience, Energy Efficiency Fund and European partners provide finance and technology for fund's work. Ukraine is annually provides co-finance from state budget, and already 4 years has the fund been working successfully, implementing projects in thermal modernization and multifamily buildings. Since it means that the practice co-finance works, and very good. And thank you very much, European partners, for all time support us, because we have very, very big pressure for Russian gas, and I think Europe very, very sensitive for this situation. And thank you very much for your attention and support for Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Gennady. And I think it is obvious we have a win-win possibility on the one hand, and we need to continue this dialogue. And I apologize that the discussion came a little bit short today, but I hope Barbara and Ruth for your understanding that I now need to this very tight schedule pass our session to Dean. And I thank you both for sharing the positions of your organizations in the chat here. And this is what you said already, both in your contributions. And I think this is a good recommendation for our audience to continue with these positions. I thank the audience for listening us, and I apologize that we have only this 75 minutes, 73 minutes, and I pass on to Dean Nielsen to continue with the main event. Thank you.
Thank you, Knut, and to our speakers, Barbara, Kieran, Ruth, Hennedy, and Stefan, for a fabulously feisty debate, which certainly cut to the chase. We heard how our existing buildings, even those with poor energy efficiency performance, are our most sustainable. Our focus should be on refurbishing them, and we should begin with those housing low-income families. It's a win-win. Renovation means green jobs, cuts energy bills and reduces energy poverty. We need one-stop shops to explain to people how they can improve their home energy efficiency and save money. And we need minimum energy performance standards. But who will get the pleasure and who will get the blame? We heard a rollicking presentation from Barbara Steenbergen of the International Union of Tenants, who explained that current rent laws throughout the EU allow landlords to pass on costs to tenants. They pick up the tab. For a just transition, we have to make sure landlords must pass energy savings, and those in energy pass on energy savings, and that those in energy poverty should receive a climate allowance for those who have to worry about the end of the month before the end of the world. If a building rented out doesn't meet minimum standards, there should be a ban on rent increases. Fabulous debate. Now, our next plenary is the Affordable Housing Initiative and the new European Bauhaus, EU policy implications at national and local levels. That's at 16:50. And your moderator is Michaela Kauer, Director of the Brussels Liaison Office at the City of Vienna. Now that will begin in 5 minutes to give us time to set the stage for the next session. I look forward to seeing you then. Welcome back, everyone, to our final session of the day. It's our plenary discussion, the Affordable Housing Initiative and the new European Bauhaus, EU policy implications at national and local levels. And your moderator for this session is Michaela Kauer, Director of the Brussels Liaison Office at the City of Vienna. Michaela.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dean, and a warm welcome to all of you out there listening and looking at this session. This is an exciting session, and it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to moderate it with some distinguished panelists and you all in the virtual audience. Our topic of today is our two new initiatives of the European Commission related to affordable housing and neighborhood-based urban development. Exciting initiatives. A lot of people have been working to get things done on European level for a long time, including myself. Dean has been so kind to present me briefly. My name is Michaela Kauer. I'm the director of the EU Liaison Office of the City of Vienna, so I'm based in Brussels. And I've been coordinating the housing partnership in the frame of the urban agenda for the EU. And my distinguished guests today are good friends from the affordable housing family, I must say. Let me welcome, in order of gender equality, first Dr. Laura Collini. She's an excellent researcher and scientist, and she's a very committed urban expert. She's working with URBACT, the program for cities of the European Commission. She's co-founder of Terrasse, which she will talk about herself later. And she has been supporting the work of cities to create affordable housing solutions since a long time. Then we have, I continue now with the industry side. I'm pleased to have Gerhard Koch here. Gerhard Koch from Wienerberger, also a partner in the Europe Housing Forum. I think it's very good to have a Viennese company, as coming from Vienna, in the panel as well. Gerd is head of public affairs, and he has brought with him for us a couple of interesting examples how to bring these initiatives to the ground. So it's not coming from nowhere. There are already things going on, and I think this is a mutual way to inspire from the local to the EU level and back. Then we have two colleagues which are well known in the EU scenery when it comes to housing and urban development. We have Karel van der Poorten from the European Commission. He's working in the Directorate General for the Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SME. That is the so-called DG GROW of the European Commission. And he is our expert for the Affordable Housing Initiative today. And last but not least, Alessandro Raccati, an Italian architect and designer. He is working for the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And in that, today he's here in his capacity as a member of the new European Bauhaus unit. So welcome to all of you, and thanks for your readiness to contribute to the discussion. And what is going to happen, just to inform the audience also about the course of the debate, we will have two rounds where we open the topics from different angles, and then we will give you time to pose questions and make remarks. We will follow on that in our chat. And then we will have a second round where we discuss how to also look into this in more detail. And again, we will hope for many questions from the audience so we can have an interactive debate here. Okay, so let's get started. And I would like first to invite Karel van der Poorten from the Commission to inform us about the Affordable Housing Initiative. The floor is yours, Karel.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction and the invitation to DG GROW to present the Affordable Housing Initiative at this very important conference. As you may know, the Affordable Housing Initiative was announced under the renovation wave today, almost 1 year ago, and was basically the big kickoff of many new initiatives under the recovery package. And this is basically the frame that I should first give you in terms of policy context, where we have this recovery package with 7 main flagships, of which Renovate is one of the most important and the key flagships. And I don't need to tell you these days that the Green Deal is, of course, a way longer policy area that wants to promote renovation, as we see that energy, 40% of our energy consumption comes from this area, as well as the greenhouse gas emissions is also a huge responsibility to be found in the housing sector. So the objective is pretty clear. The challenges are pretty clear, as I said, with the COP that was just ended. It's even more urgent that we take the share of housing more serious in terms of renovation, that we foster more deep renovation, but also, and that is also the reason why DG Grow has a stake in this discussion, it's a huge potential for job creation. So this is not to be seen as a cost. This is to be seen as a huge opportunity in terms of ecology, in terms of well-being, but also in economic terms. And that is a very clear message here, that it should not be only seen as a negative consequence for the economy. The contrary, if we take this smart, it can be really a big opportunity. Renovation wave, basically 3 main areas, probably I don't need to tell you, but just to complete the picture, tackling energy poverty and worst performing buildings, the renovation of public buildings, including social housing, and decarbonization of heating and cooling. Of course, these are the most relevant ones for the Affordable Housing Initiative. Why these energy poverty and worst performing buildings? I take just one out. I don't need to tell you as representatives of this sector that 34 million people are today in energy poverty, and forecasts are showing that this will probably even get worse today, given the increased prices on the energy market, given the negative economic consequences for certain let's say groups and target groups, vulnerable groups in society due to COVID-19. 800,000 social housing facilities, social homes, as mentioned on the slide, require serious renovation. And of course, we have this very important report from 2018-19 that showed that social infrastructure needs a huge investment, and a part of the social infrastructure is 57 billion yearly investment gap for social housing and affordable housing specifically. So these are quite talking figures that leads also to important policy actions. And on the right side, you see several aspects. Today we are in the discussion on the EPBD, so the energy performance standards, the national energy strategies. We have standardization solutions necessary, but I want to discuss specifically today, of course, the Affordable Housing Initiative, which was under this package of the renovation wave. So what it is about, the main objective and ambition is to renovate 100 lighthouse social and affordable housing districts. This district aspect is pretty new in terms of European Commission approach. Of course, there were several projects on the horizon and the regional developments that tackled specifically challenges existing on districts, but there was never such a big, let's say, interest to tackle districts as a more, let's say, general priority, because there is a lot at stake here in terms of scale, but also in terms of bigger challenges. When you have multi-apartment buildings, multi-apartment blocks in proximity of each other, it's not just a challenge to renovate one after the other, just in a sequence, without having a deeper thought on the overall approach. This is much to do with urban development. This is very strongly suggesting for a more deeper approach than, for example, only energy efficiency. And that is actually the first message I want to give today, and that the Commission also wants to give. We put a lot of effort and a lot of, let's say, stress on energy efficiency. But what the Affordable Housing Initiative wants to do is go beyond, because if you start to renovate, you can have also the opportunity to tackle other challenges. And basically, those are livability, for example. Social housing facilities are these days under huge pressure in terms of well-being, psychological health, but also just the sociologic living together aspects in these areas, in these blocks. COVID-19 has showed that these, let's say, housing facilities are not always addressing anymore the modern standards in terms of access to leisure, access to green spaces, even spaces for co-working, for teleworking, as people, the mindset and the way people have to live in their houses today changed drastically. And that is thanks to COVID-19, maybe even put more on the forefront and became even more clear. And this has, of course, a very clear consequence for renovation. So this is specifically, this human-centered approach is what we want to target within the Affordable Housing Initiative. So we want to dedicate a lot of attention to the recovery packages and all the streams that will become available. And we want to give a sort of, let's say, top level support structure that supports local project promoters, housing associations, but also the industries to engage together to get on track for these renovations, and to do these renovations also in a smart and integrated manner, as I just explained. For this, we will start with quite an important, let's say, EU-level partnership, and that is the first call that we have launched over the summer, and that closed last month. So pretty soon we hope to have this partnership up and running to support actual projects on the ground with the necessary assistance in terms of project development. That is already, of course, a very logic initiative, but also to adjust and to help them to find also, for example, technological innovations, but also social innovations, ways how to integrate the residents, the tenants in these projects, and to make sure that it's addressing also their social needs, for example, their living needs, even economic needs, if they are, for example, having no access to crashes, to social services in the area where they are living. So again, it goes beyond energy efficiency, but to reach this in a more or less, let's say, cost optimal situation, we also need to scale, and we also need the engagement of the industries in this story. We have very good examples coming from the sector and from projects that have already showed basically the philosophy of the Affordable Housing Initiative, where SMEs are engaged, because for them there is also something at stake. And again, this is as important because this economic power can leverage a lot of jobs over time in the next coming years for construction companies, for delivery companies, for energy companies. And this makes a bit, let's say, a quadruple approach to this renovation wave targeted by the Affordable Housing Initiative. As I said, first step, EU-level partnership. At this moment, we are in full evaluation process, so unfortunately, I cannot tell you too much about where we are and what is happening. I'm just telling you that it's going very fast and that we will pretty soon have the partnership up and running, and that we can actually start supporting local renovation projects that want to apply this district approach. A very important task of this partnership is also target to existing funding opportunities elsewhere in the Commission, and there we want to create a synergy between the sectoral partnership which exists out of the housing sector, the construction sector, but also local authorities representatives, and also these financial institutions, because usually the financial construction of such projects is such a difficult exercise. Definitely when European grants and European loans, local grants, local investment capital is engaged all together within one project. So that really asks for support, for blueprints on investment projects. And that is what this level, EU level partnership should do. And we from the Commission engage ourselves to put also a European level mirroring board, let's say, gathering different DGs that are not interested, but that have a real stake in affordable and social housing, but also in renovation, also in energy policy, also, for example, in urban development. So that is where we want to bring those parties together at a more structural manner to make sure that also at the local and regional level, the right information is there and the access to the right assistance is there. I mentioned, and this is actually what I already said in my explanation, so I go just to the last slide, where we also want to have the focus on experimentation. And there I come very close to the area of the new European Bauhaus and to my good friend and colleague Alessandro, where we where we really want to have this, to seize the opportunity to innovate in terms of technology, but also in terms of social innovation. And that's what I said earlier, with engagement models of inhabitants, where even inhabitants might have the opportunity to gain also, for example, from local energy production, to do maybe even small investments themselves, so that they are also bought into the game and that they are not just the subject of this renovation wave. And that is very crucial and very important. But also, for example, at the social well-being, where technologies can, for example, be developed to assist certain target groups in their living areas, in the way they live, but also the social housing sector itself, to digitize their operations, to get more professional, and to be really like state-of-the-art housing companies offering different kind of services for the different kind of target groups in their areas. And there should also be space for this cultural, this aesthetic approaches, and also the development of economic possibilities, where, for example, incubation spaces are possible, startup spaces are possible, to have also this economic livability on the ground within the housing districts, and that people don't have to travel to the other side of a town to find a job or to have certain access to certain services. I think I will stop here. I think I went already way out of over my time, but I think it's really important to give you a first glance of this affordable housing initiative. We talked and we discussed with stakeholders for almost 1 year what is necessary, how can we support, and this is the result. Actually, everything should start, and I hope that we can communicate as soon as possible the partnership, and that the partnership can start this very beautiful exercise. From the Commission side, we look so much forward to this cooperation, and we hope this is a great success to achieve at the end these very innovative lighthouse districts at the end of the term. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to further discussion.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Karel, for this overview and insight in what's going on the side of the Commission. You're right. A lot of public authorities, cities, urban planners, architects, industry are really, really excited about this initiative. And we are very much looking forward to see the next steps arising. And your final sentence gave me the perfect link to our next speaker. As the new European Bauhaus seems to be a little bit the cultural arm of the Affordable Housing Initiative, especially with regard to the neighborhood-based approach. What Karel mentioned as district, I prefer to always say neighborhood, because neighborhood means that there is people involved, and district is like a little bit more a technical term. But the Bauhaus initiative speaks of neighborhoods based approaches. So maybe you give us an insight now, Alessandro. Thanks.
Yes, thanks a lot again, and for the invitation to this conference. The European Bauhaus, maybe we give a very brief introduction for those who have maybe not heard enough about it. It's an initiative that was launched a year ago by the President herself during her speech at the State of the Union, and it was announced as a way to make the Green Deal concrete or tangible. And at the same time, it was announced as in a certain sense an interaction between three key values. This idea that we have translated into the tagline, so beautiful, sustainable, and together, or beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive. I think that this tagline is what helps us, in a certain sense, to be what you just mentioned, as in a sense the cultural arm or the creative side of these policies, and at the same time it helps us to make sure that the policies that enter into the European Bauhaus or the interaction with our colleagues are always seen under these three aspects. And as if you've heard Karel, this is already embedded in the social housing initiative. So the idea that, yes, we need to renovate, we need to talk about energy, but we also need to talk about the social and societal components of that, the environmental impacts of what we do. It's not enough to make social housing affordable. It needs to have a certain level of quality, and it needs to have also a certain level of services attached to it. So it's not just a matter of technical solutions. And for something like the social housing initiative, it may become more natural. In other aspects or for other policies, it's a little bit more innovative. No? So this is what helps the different development of policies to be coherent among themselves. And so we said we started a year ago. We didn't want to define exactly what beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive was. So we didn't want to start with a definition a priori, and that's why we started with this listening exercise, where we asked essentially Europe to tell us and to explain in their words what it means or what kind of experiences they would associate to these three values. So what was or what is beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive in their own experience. And this helped us to collect a sort of overarching principles and topics that we have translated into the communication. So the communication is now available. It was adopted in September this year, the 15th, and it compiles a bit the principle that came out from this consultation. So you see in there certain axes of transformation and certain impacts that we would like to see happening and to be associated to this initiative. So we have some thematic axes, and one of the thematic axes is reconnecting with nature, regaining a sense of belonging, prioritizing the places and people that need it the most, and then a need for long-term life cycle thinking in the industrial ecosystem. And you see that all of these transformative axes in reality can touch social housing. It's about, in a certain sense, maybe more likely reconnecting with nature, but for sure, in a lot of the places that need renovation, they also need to regain this idea of being a place with a certain identity, with a certain connection with the even with the story and with the local culture. They're for sure places that need most of our attention, and so they're also part of this thematic axis. And for sure we cannot create affordable housing and social housing with all these characteristics if we don't even rethink the industrial ecosystem that creates the final product, no? the building. And again, we also have this idea of having transformation path that needs to have an impact on the ground, that need to have they need to be connected also with new ideas on how we live the places that we inhabit, and that also sometimes need a different way of understanding innovation. No? So maybe even less connected with the cutting edge technology, and if we see architecture or if we see certain modes of construction, we start to see that a lot of the technologies and methods from the past are being now revisited with the new technologies, and they are starting to become again reasonable for a lot of different actors, because they are actually more sustainable, or they have a different aesthetic and ergonomic qualities with respect to the materials that have been used in massively in the past years. So all of this becomes these axes and land use transformation are a bit what helps us to also connect with the different policies and kind of give them a special flavor. Right? In the case of the social housing and etc. Of course, this is happening. Just one last mention, maybe to conclude, is that the work of the New European House is also active in trying to break a bit what we understand or what we call silos. No? And so the idea is that we're working with housing needs to also take into account the business models behind what was already mentioned, different ways of governing the homes or complex of homes. And so it's not just about again the built environment and the built objects. It's a lot also about the relationship between people and the social impacts of how we decide to live for the future.
Good. Alessandro, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Alessandro, for your insight. And I mean, it's quite astonishing that the European Commission starts to talk about beauty and feelings and how you feel to be in a city. That's quite, I would say, innovative approach. And let's go to Laura Collini, as she knows a lot about cities, and she knows about what cities need and what cities would also expect a lot of times from the European institutions to be done or to be undertaken. So you've listened now to Karel and Alessandro and what their thoughts are about and their plans are about, affordable housing, urban development, the beauty of the city, the livability of the city, the quality of a neighborhood. So with all your expertise and knowledge about what cities need, Laura, what would be your reaction?
Okay. Thank you very much, Michaela. Good evening, everyone in the panel and the ones that are still in front of the screen after a long day and a very interesting series of sessions. I have to say something before answering your question, Michaela. So my role is in this discussion is a bit weird because I do not represent a program. I do not represent a group. I represent my own personal ideas. I have been working with and I do work with OBAC, which is a European program supporting exchange, capacity building among cities and public administration. When I say cities, I mean the broader sense city, not only the public administration, but industrial sector, NGOs and individual citizens with where we support them in public participatory action planning. And I also work for UIA, it's an Urban Innovative Action, which is a very important also program at European level that supports innovation, experimentation at city level. Both programs do not only work around housing, but they do influence housing in different ways, with specific codes, especially for UIA. And the URBACT supporting exchange among cities, especially on a network that is dedicated to implementation of housing first at city level. And with these two programs, we created an initiative that is a platform now visible online, which is called Cities Engaged in the Right to Housing, where we sort of try to capitalize, if I can use the term, on the work done by the EU Urban Agenda on affordable housing especially, and Michaela was the coordinator, exchanging good practices, ideas, and also having input from a wide group of audience that are not only the ones that are sitting at European level. Now, I mean, when I was about to think of how do we understand what would be the role of cities in ameliorating the status quo, because these two initiatives that we are talking about, they want really to, they have the goodwill to change the status quo. And so I was thinking of the discussion of the right to the city of the Lefebvre memory, but I use a reference, if I can use my 6-minute times in this, a reference of Peter Marcuse. In 2010, he wrote an article in where he used 3 keywords, which I think are super interesting to analyze the work we do at city level, and also including obviously housing. And I use it for understanding a better situation, or the situation of housing. So the 3 words are expose, propose, and politicize. So I try to use this understanding to expose the situation in which we locate our debate around housing. And so there are, like, I think 3 or 4 structural challenges that I understand fundamental. So the first one is the economic one. We all talk about financialization, and financialization in the global market. Clearly, McKinsey just published a report about the situation of the real assets in 2020, and states that real assets is $520 trillion, and 3/4 are in the real estate. So it's clear where the money is in the real estate sector. And then we have a political structural challenges in which we have politically blindness towards seeing housing as a transversal and important aspect to ensure fair redistribution of wealth. And then we have legal challenges in terms of how do we expose those legal challenges. We were saying before, Michaela, that in some national framework, a regulatory framework, is impossible or very difficult to create cooperatives. And we don't have fair land policies and just taxation. And then there are all ecological problems of energy efficiencies, and that we mentioned, that has been mentioned before. All of this have to be exposed because they create extreme and radical social and their effects on vulnerable groups. And they have to be mentioned because when we say elderly, young people, women, single parents, people discriminated because of gender, religious, sexual orientation, and so on, they are individual people where we want to reach them out. Now, if we go on the other level, right, we have to expose the problem setting, and we go on the propose, then we have in this area of cultivation of hope, I would call it. And I think that the European Bauhaus, the new European Bauhaus, the initiative of the Affordable Housing Initiative, all that we have, like the European Pillars of Social Rights, they all are in this area of cultivation of hope and creating fundings that are more than needed, are unprecedented for housing in these areas. Now, we have a whole set of also issues in this level, but so this is, but we have a positive attitude. We say that what is happening now never happened before, and there is a lot of potential. And this cultivation of hope is translated also in pragmatic innovation. And that's what cities can do. Cities do pragmatic innovation in urban. We see that, for instance, as I was saying, with implementing housing first and learning from one another how to do it. We have gender equal cities action because we want to tackle very clearly the disparities in terms of genders that are very evident, obviously, in the gender pay gap, that have a real impact also in the accessibility of housing. And many others that I'm not mentioning here, but there are extremely interesting examples that are happening, for instance, also within UIA, the community land trust with intergenerational cooperative housing with a non-speculative approach with community land trust. And also we have other examples that are not part of the two programs I'm following, like the initiatives of Berlin. If I can use the example of the Word of the Lighthouse, I think what is happening in Berlin at the moment with the referendum is a new lighthouse for anti-speculation measures. So we have those stellar examples. Now I get to the third word. It's how do we politicize all of this? I think we have to politicize all of this because this hope that we have is happening in a setting of contradictions. For instance, when we talk about integration of policies, also at neighborhood levels, then we have a lack of integration of different types of funding. And this lack of integration of different types of fundings rests on a fragmentation of territorial level. And they rest also on a limitation or imperfect, I would say, governance structure. And we expect from cities to cover many of those challenges that I've mentioned before, but cities cannot absolutely do them alone. And so in those contradictions, it stays also a question regarding the absorption capacity of all the fundings that we are hoping on. And it's also the problem on if all this money that is reaching out member states at the moment and that will reach out the cities at a certain point, in some cases, there is dialogues between national level and local level, especially for the recovery and resilience plans. And Italy, in certain extent, is succeeding in doing this. In other cases, those plans are just dropped on the top of the head of the cities. And so there is a very important aspect, a lack of participation on that level. And so a big question, I think, for me is how those funding that will reach out will be capitalized. How do we stop capitalization on funding in that level, that we don't go back to the positioning of exposing structural inequalities? So in a certain way, I think that I welcome the Affordable Housing Initiative because they go in the direction of integrating all the aspects of urban regeneration in relation to housing refurbishment, housing, better quality of housing. But in a certain way, I think we have to go through all these three keywords to make sure that we don't rely too much hope into one single methodology, into one single funding, not forgetting all the rest.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Laura, for this contribution. I think it opens our brains a bit. It opens them up for looking at things differently, and I think that was very useful analysis and very sharp and concise. And thanks for that. And that really also, I mean, you have been talking about parts of, political blindness, limited governance aspects. I think we're going to come back to that in our second round as well. But you've been also talking about how can we really invest in the real economy in our cities instead of, fostering volatile investment projects of hedge funds that are not even known to the tenants that are later than sitting in those houses. And if they need a repair, they should go to, I don't know, Barbados to see maybe the landlord to repair something in their homes. So investment in the real economy, this is something that Wienerberger, a company from Vienna with a long-standing tradition in my hometown, is doing since many, many years. And you, Gerhard Koch, is here with us from Wienerberger. And Wienerberger has also been really doing a lot of brain work and thinking about how can they contribute or how can they make use of existing initiatives and be in line with those. So Gerhard, I kindly invite you to share your views and your experiences.
Thank you very much, Michaela. First of all, I would like to express my warm thanks to the organizers of this really important conference. And also, I would like to thank for having me here. I'm really pleased and honored to be part of this event. And as you said, my contribution will now focus on what we in industry, in our specific case in the industry of construction materials, building materials, how we can contribute to these goals of creating sustainable and affordable homes in Europe. We have already heard the three main pillars of the new European Bauhaus concept whatever terms we use. I use here the terms sustainable buildings, affordable buildings, and then this aesthetical, architectural quality or aesthetic approach. And I guess that all these three pillars are of similar importance. And this has already been said by my colleagues who were speaking before. We need this holistic approach. And what I can say on behalf of our company, to contribute to these three goals, this is very much in our DNA. With our products, we want to contribute to all these three pillars of the new European Bauhaus. And I think we can do that, and I will try to show you that also on a few examples. First of all, what we see as being of utmost importance is to look at buildings over their whole life cycle, this holistic approach. Very often today, we only look at the construction phase, we look at the production of the materials, but this is only a limited approach. We should have a look over the whole life cycle, from production, construction of the building, the use phase with possible maintenance and repair works, with energy consumption, up to the demolition of the building, the end of life, and possible recycling or reuse of the materials. Everything needs to be taken into account, and all these steps, all these phases in the life cycle have a huge impact on both sides. They have an impact on sustainability, but they also have an impact on the affordability, on the economic side. I mean, just to give an example, energy consumption of the building, heating energy requirement, of course, has a huge environmental impact, but it also has a huge economic impact. It has a huge impact on the affordability for the inhabitants, for the tenants. And the same could be said for several other criteria. Just to take another aspect, is the durability, the life cycle. It is important how long a building is able to serve, to live. And if it's only a very short time, of course, the initial costs are more critical than if you have a very long-lasting building. And that's something where we believe we have a big advantage. Our buildings really have a very long lifetime. Coming to specifically more our products, we see mainly three aspects which are most relevant from our perspective for the building solutions with our ceramic materials. As already said, the long lifetime. Clay walls made from clay blocks, clay bricks, have a lifetime of well above 100 years. I mean, I could name a lot of examples also here in Vienna. Michaela, you know it very well. We have beautiful buildings here standing since centuries, and they were all built with clay bricks. Then the circularity. Our products, our ceramic products, are perfectly fit for entering into a circular economy, be it either in closed loop recycling or in open loop recycling, use the material at the end of life for other products, and by that reducing the environmental impact and increase the resource efficiency. And last but not least, of course, nowadays, decarbonization is a very important topic on which we are currently working very hard. We have our concepts ready. We have first projects in place, and we commit ourselves to becoming carbon neutral by the year 2050, or in Austria, which is a little bit more ambitious in that respect, already by the year 2040. Yes, I promised you to show you some examples. The first one is from Germany. In the eastern part of Germany, on a university in Saxonia, Professor Timo Leukefeld has developed this concept of an energy self-sufficient, energy independent house. So this house is disconnected from any sort of grid. There is no external electricity, no gas, nothing. All the energy needed is produced by or on the house itself. Of course, by means of solar collectors and by means of photovoltaic panels. And the electricity produced is even enough to also provide e-mobility. A small electric car is also loaded with the electricity coming from the roof of this building. And what is specifically interesting, and what Professor Timo Leukefeld always says, is this is providing a cost-free living. Once you have built this home, you don't have any running cost. And the more recent project you see on the right-hand side of this chart, this is a multifamily home. It becomes a bit more complicated from the technical perspective, but this building will soon be finished. And what is already in the pipeline, and that has been mentioned before as well, the next step will be to create energy independent districts or neighborhoods, to use your word, Michaela. I appreciate that. I like it very much. It sounds much better than district. So an independent, energy independent neighborhood, that is in the pipeline. A second example, which I would like to show you, is here from Austria. Together with all our colleagues in the ceramic industry, we have developed a concept called Brick Bauhaus 2050. By the way, meanwhile, this is a registered trademark. And this concept bases on 9 criteria, 9 KPIs, ecological, economical, and social KPIs. And I believe that this is the most demanding building assessment scheme we do have at the moment. Regarding the aspect of decarbonization, which is of course in the foreground, also in our communication, it is based on the Swiss model of the 2000 watt society. I guess many of you will know what that is. It is of course a very demanding, a very ambitious concept, and the good news is we already have a first realization project in the pipeline here in Vienna. It is in fact a neighborhood. It is sort of a district with 14 buildings, which will be built according to this concept. Together with the biggest developer in Vienna, ARE, you know it, Michaela. The architect is Eckhard Leudold, an old colleague and I would say friend of our industry, with whom we have already done a lot of very interesting buildings. And of course, I believe this will be really a showcase for sustainable and affordable housing in Europe. We are closely cooperating already with the new European Bauhaus. Our European association, Ceramuni, has become a partner of New European Bauhaus. We are at the moment preparing a specific dedicated part on the website of Ceramuni, where we will show several projects. Here you see another one from Vorarlberg, a very interesting project from architect Eberle, with a building without any technical equipment, a self-sufficient building. What I would also like to show you that we already, since 9 years, cooperate now very closely with Habitat for Humanity. So CSR, corporate social responsibility, is also very important for us. And Habitat for Humanity is our partner for that. Just to give you a feeling, here's some pictures from our projects in the last 9 years, since 2012. We worked together in 8 countries. We could already help 4,500 people who did not have decent shelter. On the far right up part of the chart, you see the very first project. It's a home in the suburbs of Bucharest for a family with 4 children, which had to live in unbelievable conditions, which we could help with this nice little house. Other projects in the middle down, you see the hospice in Bucharest, which we did together with Habitat, but you also see photos from our joint advocacy initiatives. We did regional housing forums in several countries already, and therefore I'm specifically pleased that now we have come to the European level and can deliver our message on European level. So, to my last chart, I would like to use the opportunity to have 2 representatives from the European Commission to also come forward with a brief call to policymakers. I think, being an Austrian, I'm proud that I can say that here in Austria we have a perfectly working system for affordable and sustainable housing, so that the problem of homelessness is significantly lower than elsewhere in Europe. And the key to that is the commitment of the society and also of policymakers to invest in social housing. It's called Wohnbauförderung, so it's public money that is used to subsidize housing. And this, I guess, Michaela, you will agree, is a big success story. And I would really like to plea to roll that out to other countries. And my second plea, and that concludes my presentation, coming back to my start, we need a holistic approach looking at buildings over the whole life cycle, not just the construction, not just the material, also not just the energy consumption during the use phase, but the holistic approach over the whole life cycle. That concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Gerhard. I'm pleased that you shared so many examples with us. This is, and also that they were not only, Austrian, but you went beyond the borders and went to other countries and places to see the contribution of industry in the sector. I go to a few of the remarks that we already received in the chat. One remark is indeed interesting because, Gerhard was now talking about really also the quality of a building and showing this impressive example of a building that doesn't need any extra, technology to heat it and it can produce its own energy. That's one aspect. But in other places where you cannot build new, you will need, and where it doesn't make sense to only renovate a building and insulate a building, it might be also appropriate to look into what kind of energy do you bring into the building. So coming back to the idea of neighborhood-based solutions, I would say, there's the concept of district heating and cooling, which is common in many cities already. Which is part of also a sustainable and a reliable public service supply in energy for a lot of people. How can we combine the initiatives that you, Karel, and you, Alessandro, were presenting with these aspects? So not only looking into the renovation of one building, but also introducing new forms of bringing, climate-friendly energy modes to those places. Is that part of the Affordable Housing Initiative idea?
Yes, of course. No. I slightly introduced that in my introduction, or my presentation at least, that we have not by accident included, and I approached this from a very specific angle, meaning the social innovation angle, which doesn't sound immediately a way to lead to energy systems, on-site energy production, and so on. But this social innovation aspect is for us very important because it can be a way to develop models for local energy production where the inhabitants, the residents, or citizens by extension, because it should not always be the ones that are living there that could invest in, for example, those type of technologies. We have plenty of examples everywhere in Europe where energy communities are arising. This is basically the future of on-site energy production. But this should also be the possibility in social and affordable housing. There are some beautiful projects that show that this is possible, be it even with small investments from the residents with limited resources, but also with other citizens that invest, for example, in the energy production in those specific buildings. So that is for us very crucial as it goes together with this tenant engagement, where we want to have very strong commitments from the let's say the renovation projects, that there is not just a tenant commitment a la carte, as we say, to have a nice branding or when the big decisions are already made, let's say, but to engage from the very early days already with the ones who are living and the ones who will be most affected by a renovation. I think that is also one of the cornerstones of the Bauhaus by extension, to make sure that tenants and residents are not brought into the game at the end of the renovation process when everything is basically decided. To come back to your energy provision, we definitely want to explore also multiple aspects on and also the cooperation with industries. I think that in one of our previous sessions we have showed examples where the industrial activity is combined with energy sharing for housing units, where, for example, rest heat of industrial processes is used for heating systems in districts or neighborhoods. If you prefer the neighborhood, we of course tend as bureaucrats to use technical terms, so apologies for that. But these type of cooperation between housing promoters, housing projects, and definitely at a bigger scale, and that is again the reason, or one of the reasons why we want to have this district approach, because it provides you enough scale to go also into a discussion with industrial partners and to get them also in the sort of engagement, because the sufficient scale can also have a consequence, for example, on the price or the feasibility to integrate some of technologies that maybe would not be feasible otherwise. And that is, of course, a very important aspect, because we want to avoid that the most newest or the most efficient technologies are not used because of price aspects, for example. And there we also can have multiple investment schemes where a grant component, for example, is engaged, where we have a commitment of the government, but where we have also methodologies where the guarantee is given that, for example, after renovation or after certain installation of new energy production on site, and that the price of the rent is not increasing. We all know this issue of renoviction, which is stated by many partners, where we need to be very careful. But we have seen also that certain methodologies in the field are very much preventing, and if these are applied well, that we can combine basically very new technologies without increasing the price on the rent for the tenants in the end. So I brought a little bit more perspectives to your question, but I think it's very important to bring those into the discussion, because it's never only on the on-site energy production or energy production by extension. It goes together with the prices of the rent. It goes together with the engagement models, energy cooperatives, energy communities, but also the links with the industry, for example, in terms of investment, but also shared solutions when industrial activities are near, where there might be synergies in terms of, for example, district heating or rest heating. So I hope that gives you a bit different flavors of how we see this in the Affordable Housing Initiative.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, and thanks also in the name of the audience. When I also want to go back to Alessandro at this point, because you mentioned a lot about, and that's connected a little bit, the reconnecting cities and urban areas with nature. And that also means that you might, also again, use different ways to provide energy. There could be things like solar panels. In Vienna, for instance, we have done something which is called a solar cataster for all the buildings of Vienna, to see if the buildings were able even to have a solar panel on their roofs, because in some places this would work better than others, clearly. But so everyone who lives in a certain place can know that on his or her home house, on her rooftop, you could install a solar panel. So this is something where you have an element of providing information by the city, but enabling contributions from the citizens. With regard to the new European Bauhaus, how much does this play a role in your plans, Alessandro?
I would make a couple of comments. One is, for example, directly related to this more technological solutions, right? When we talk with our colleagues, even at the JRC, that are researching on new even technology or expanding new technology to harvest sun energy, etc. The question is usually taken from the technological point of view, and like you just mentioned, from also a structural point of view. Does a building or could a building support those equipment and so on? When they approach the new European Bauhaus, the idea is to add questions like, well, if we add the solar panels on a terrace, and if we think of Barcelona, for example, where terraces are places where you live, can this solar panel become an element of improvement also for the life or the the usage of the terrace beyond becoming a technical solution? No? So this is what a bit the European Bauhaus brings to the questions around very hard environmental problems. And so it's kind of a next step that is also associated to this idea that we have a component of design, or we have a component of architecture intended as understanding better what the conditions of life are and how they change when we introduce certain technological aspects. So do they get better, or do they deteriorate? That's one part. On the part of reconnecting with green, there is a lot of attention and let's say a lot of work on the idea that well, we need to transform the cities to not just be circular, but to be compatible with the cycles of nature. And so we know that, for example, one of the key problems of cities is that they're not permeable, and so the water runs away. And so how can we work around those topics? And there's a lot of work already done in that sense, and there's a lot of examples, and this is what we try to bring to the surface when we then interact with our community. I don't want to take the attention away from the social housing initiative, but the idea of the European Bauhaus is also to combine a lot of different instruments. And so if you go on our website, there is a section called delivery, and in the section dedicated to delivery, there are different, let's say, impact areas, and over there is a list of all the dedicated calls for the European Bauhaus and the calls that they contribute. And so, for example, on the topic of even reusing energy or reusing materials, etc. There was a call. It will close this month, but on circular economy and resources from waste, air, water, soil, noise, chemicals, etc. And so the idea in this case is to try to bring together a lot of different calls that may have different angles to the same problem, and that can find in a certain sense in the European House a place where they can interact with each other.
Yeah.
And to this effect, just to conclude, maybe it makes sense also to mention that we're really working hard in these weeks to create, in a certain sense, a community in support of this movement, and what we call the European Bauhaus Lab, which is also described in the communication. And the idea is that, in a certain sense, the European Bauhaus Lab will work without funding, so it will not provide monetary resources to people who connect in the lab. And that allows them also to tap into different calls from the Commission without creating conflicts of interest inside our house. Because I mean, this becomes technical a bit, maybe, but maybe it also makes sense to remind that the European Bauhaus is coordinated by the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, which is not a policy DG, but it's in a certain sense, it's a service DG. They provide the knowledge support to all the rest of the Commission. So we don't fund particular, let's say, thematic areas. So this allows us to be, again, transversal, to bring different instruments together, and to connect these instruments, in this case, to the big question of how we are going to live in a beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive way today and in the next future.
Thanks, Alessandro. I mean, this is like opening for a lot of questions now, and I would say a lengthy debate. But I would like to go back to the issue of money now, because it had also been mentioned in the chat. And I liked very much the idea that Gerhard was proposing, and also you mentioned it indirectly with about, the long-term nature of housing and urban development. And Gerhard spoke about this strong connection between livability, sustainability, and affordability. And I think that this is a very important aspect also when we talk about money. Laura was the first one to mention the aspect of financialization today in our debate. And the problem of financialization very often is that it's exactly the contrary of what Gerhard was describing. Looking at the building as an asset where you can take profit out after 3 years is not really taking into account the long-term nature of what people need when we talk about homes and not about real estate or assets in real estate. So would it be an approach, Laura, I'm looking at you now, to maybe also try to adapt the whole way the financial system, I mean, this is a big question, but the whole way the financial system works to a less volatile, and I would even say less algorithmic driven quality, and rather go into the thing that Gerhard was mentioning, and going back to investment in the real economy instead of, just laying around with bonds. But how can we arrive at that moment? Is it an issue of governance? Is it an issue of better policy making? You mentioned the aspect of politicization of the topic. How can we arrive there? And how can we use this also for the new initiatives of the Commission, maybe?
Thank you for this question. It's a very challenging question, and many people are working around this, and not least the Special Rapporteur on Housing that dedicated basically her mandate, Leilani Farah, on that. So I'm not repeating what she says, but I have the impression when I started to do research like years ago on financialization, which was like almost 10 years ago, not many people understood this word in the environment of geography on urban studies, for instance. Now it's a word that we we all know, we understand the process, and but nevertheless, there are no big changes in terms, for instance, of regulation at national level on how the assets are traded and how, you know, big investment hedge funds and so on are really having a predatory mechanism, predatory strategy on housing. So I think there is one level of the big debate that has to do with legal aspects and regulation and transparency, and making sure that this mechanism that is funded on or structured around Chinese box and logarithmic and very thin numbers that are not accessible to the most is functioning. And I think also many networks or civic organizations are working around this. But also there is another aspect which is not so far away from our head, which is our daily lives. Some of the research were around the mortgage lives, like how individuals are really affecting or even contributing to a certain extent on this mechanism. I think that the commodification of housing has to be seen also in a frame of relating to the insecurity of work, insecurity of job, welfare state that are not functioning, because housing has been turned into the assets that secures your elderly period in an aging society. So if we talk about housing, that's why it's so important to politicize this, because through the lenses of housing, you can see the city in the sense of this society, like the polis, yeah, if you refer to the Greek terminology. So it is important because you have to look at, I think we need to look at the whole range of aspects that create the commodification of housing, and then to the higher level of the financialization of that aspect. So looking at the precarity of work, precarity of contractual conditions, lack of regulations at local level, also at European level. If we think of the lack of regulation in terms of the short-term rental sector, which is something that hasn't been mentioned very much in the forum, or at least I haven't heard of. But it is also a matter. It is a lack, and it needs to have to be further addressed and listened to the demands that many people, and actually many cities, at least the most prominent cities that are affected by this phenomenon, are asking at European level. So in a certain way, you don't have a bullet point or a list of recipe that you may want to follow, but you really need to have a very comprehensive view that looks at how wealth is produced. And how the whole mechanism of infrastructure and investments is designed. I think my previous speaker talked about looking at the business model that is behind the housing mechanism. We want to understand the business model that is there. Well, I think a lot is already known. The technology is also known. Where we are talking about innovation, we can go back to, obviously, the debate on energy efficiency is now on the top of the agenda, but research was already very active 10 and 15 years ago, providing answers to that, on how, for instance, to reduce the demand of energy using alternative forms of energy production. So I think we all have everything on our plate. We know the business model, we know the technology that can innovate, but we don't function well, I think, in terms of governance and the way how money is distributed. And so I come back to that part of saying, cities cannot cover everything. They have limited power. They are very diverse, because we can talk about Vienna is very advanced. And when we talk, for instance, of energy transition, if we talk about energy transition in housing in a city that has a certain level of, or public authority, a certain level of consciousness, it's something. In other small and medium-sized cities, that can be like a huge effort to put in place. And so these are the questions that need to be further exposed and redebated also with national governments. So yeah, that's maybe a lot to the same plates, but I think it's very much a political matter and regulation and legal aspect that needs to be reshaped.
Yeah. Thanks, Laura, again. And I think that I'm now will ask the question in a different way to Gerhard, indeed, because you described experiences that you made with different models, especially the bigger projects you have been doing at Wienerberger. But maybe you can talk a little bit about what was an enabling, I would say, governance context. What is your experience in that field? And what were also, I mean, where were the bottlenecks? Because sometimes it's I mean, clearly we are here to talk about success stories, but we all know that before you have one or two success stories, you have to fail a few times until you know how to really do it. So maybe you're open enough to disclose some of your also obstacles that you encountered, and where were the enabling factors when you did projects?
I have several aspects to address. First of all, I would like to say, although I am very much in favor of this holistic approach, including all different aspects, the sustainability aspects, the affordability, the economic aspect, the social aspect, etc., being a civil engineer myself, I have to say what we always need as a basis are the technical solutions. So if we do not have the proper technical solutions, this is all theoretical stuff. And I think there it is up to us in industry and in the construction industry to provide really good technical solutions that work in daily practice. First remark. Second remark regarding costs. I think this is a big obstacle. If you ask me what, in my opinion, is the biggest obstacle for going in the right direction, it is costs. And I believe the problem is that we have not yet managed to turn to a life cycle cost thinking in construction and specifically in housing. If I take the example here in Austria, we have a very narrow limit of construction costs if we want to get this Wohnbauförderung, these public subsidies. And I think you are well aware that in the recent months, building materials have become much more expensive, and it's getting more and more difficult to stay with construction costs inside the framework, this very limiting framework of maximum cost per square meter. So I think this is a task for policy, first of all, to rethink those limits. If everything is getting more expensive, if energy is getting more expensive, we also need to reconsider these boundaries, these cost boundaries for construction, number one. And second, and that is really important, I think, is we need to get to a life cycle cost thinking. And that I come back to my presentation before. There are materials, there are construction methods which have a very long lifetime, and where the initial costs can be depreciated over a very long time, and not only monetary depreciation, but also the ecological depreciation, the initial impact for producing the materials, for producing, constructing the house, can be depreciated over a very long time. So lifetime is key, and therefore also for costs, we should turn to a life cycle cost approach instead of only always looking at the cheapest cost for construction. Over the whole life cycle, this must not be automatically then the most economically reasonable solution, both for the investors, but also and specifically for the tenants, for the inhabitants.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Gerhard. I think that this is also very much in line with when we talk about, saving the planet, which is something we're trying to do because there is no plan B. Really making the best use of the available resources, and that includes using the resources in a way that they are there for a long time. And when we then reflect this also in the ways we do design our rental and housing policies, then we will also see that a rent can be cost-based in a very different way if we count it in the life cycle of a building rather than in the profit cycle of an investor who wants to make profit after 4 or 5 years. So we are close to the end of our session. So I would like to make a final remark, and this is coming maybe a little bit as a surprise, not for Laura, but for the male colleagues here. In a way, I think that the whole discussion about the new Bauhaus, the affordable housing, the way we organize our construction, the way we organize our cities, there's still a missing point, and that is the feminist aspect of things. Very often, we see that the quality of cities and neighborhoods, we're talking about 15-minute cities now. This is something which is really, really important to mostly women who have to take care of a lot of things aside their own job. And as long as the men don't take up their tasks, in household management, care of elderly, care of children, they will not profit from 15 cities minutes the same way that men do. When we look at the construction of a building also, the use of a building, it's very much sometimes reinforcing traditional stereotype gender roles. We can do differently, we can do better. When we look into the management, the governance of neighborhoods and buildings, again, very often you have tenants, councils, you have house reunions. Who are the ones who speak there and who are the ones who use the places? So let me just ask you a final question. And Laura, I mean, you have been involved in feminist projects, and gender equal cities is only one of them. Give me maybe, and give our audience, one last remark about your vision of how this also can foster gender equality and more rights for women in all of your different aspects. I will start with Gerhard.
Yes, I think the new European Bauhaus concept is already perfectly addressing that. I mean, Alessandro has mentioned the term inclusive, and I think this is perfectly describing what should be the goal. And if we think in neighborhoods, of course, the term inclusive also says that housing, working, free time, playgrounds for children, etc., should be united again. What we have seen in the past decades, this split between workplace and living areas, this is a wrong development. We have to bring that together again. And again, I can say I'm proud to live in Vienna because here we are already going in that direction. We have several districts, I used now this term again, which also already follow this principle to bring workplaces, homes, kindergartens, school, shops all together in one area. And this has not only a social aspect, it also has a huge environmental impact because it reduces significantly the need for mobility. If people can walk to their workplace instead of driving half an hour with their car, of course, this has a huge impact on the environmental side as well. So I think this is also a key aspect, and I believe that the Bauhaus concept is very much aware of that and already covers that perfectly well.
Okay, I turn to Alessandro because the Bauhaus was mentioned. Is it there explicitly or is it there implicitly, the gender equality?
Okay.
A quick answer, please.
A quick answer. Well, go to the prizes section of our website, and you will discover that some of the prizes are actually projects that are led by women. And so I mean, that's the starting point, maybe. But the idea is that in general, we are looking more and more at groups that decide together what their places want to be, and that means not only a particular attention to women, but also to all the different generations and different genders and so on. So I think that it's kind of embedded into the methods that are being used and are being displaced as ideal methods for a new European housing initiative.
Yeah, thanks, Alessandro. I think we will continue the discussion at some point on this, because the corona pandemic had clearly shown also that the disparities and inequalities between women and men have been increasing a lot. So yeah, what would be your answer to this, Karel?
Thank you. Actually, Gerard's more or less stole my answer, because I introduced it again already in my presentation, that this district or neighborhood approach is really like rethinking also the current manners we are living, where indeed working, these co-working spaces near homes where people are doing telework, where the distance indeed is decreased, which has also a very big emancipatory aspect. So that is a first point. But my second point, and that is a bit from my background, actually my biggest expertise comes from social economy and social entrepreneurship. And we see that in social entrepreneurship, the majority of startups are led by women. I don't know why, there is no big research behind, but this gives a very interesting new type of business model where, for example, the combination of work and life are already embedded in the business model from the start, from scratch. And we have taken so much inspiration from those type of businesses, such as social enterprises, but also others, for example, the cooperatives with the energy communities, into the social housing world, that we also want to stimulate more social economy and social entrepreneurship within the affordable housing district. It's a very indirect link, I admit that, but I think that if we build neighborhoods, we should also think about a new economy of tomorrow, new businesses of tomorrow, and how we want to organize those businesses. And that has de facto a very strong female touch in itself. And to conclude, I don't want to limit this to a gender discussion, because what is very dominant or very present in the Affordable Housing Initiative is, of course, the wider rights for target groups. For example, accessibility for people with disabilities. For example, intergenerational living, where, for example, in the many communities in Europe are really graying societies, but where we combine living for elderly people within housing units with different generations, where they can really have a good and nice and livable elderly day. I think we should extend it even to many other people that have not always that are not always respected in the way they need to live, and that again, COVID-19 has brought this very painfully to the surface. So that is my end note here, which we would really like to take up with the Bauhaus and the Affordable Housing Initiative. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Karel. And I give the last word to Laura, please.
Thank you, Michaela. I think I just wrote all the time while I was listening to projects that are ongoing. So at URBAC, we have an entire action dedicated to gender equal cities, which is now has a new expert that is updating that one. We have a network of cities that are co-designing integrated action plan with a gender perspective. In Urban Innovative Action, there is, I think, a great example. I'm lucky to closely follow that one, Calico, and it's intergenerational housing with a gender perspective. And recently, I was there with the community of new inhabitants and the neighborhood, which is, I think, fitting our discussion. And there was a workshop dedicated on how women and see their relation to the city, the relation inside the housing, the home. And really, it was for many are like a usual discussion, but for others were eye-opening. And I think that this kind of workshop, this kind of laboratory of emancipation, I will call them, are very, very useful. So I really hope that the new European Bauhaus and the Housing Affordable Initiatives create those laboratory of emancipation even further.
Thanks. That's a good final word, Laura, in the sense of what you mentioned, the cultivation of hope, feminist hope at this point, and urban hope and affordable housing hopes. I would like to thank you, all the panelists, Gerhard Koch from Wienerberger AG, Laura Collini as an absolute genius expert in urban issues, Alessandro Rancati from the Joint Research Center, and Karel van der Poorten from DG GROW in the European Commission. And in my name, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being here with us. Thanks to the audience for being with us. And I give back the floor to Dean and to the, I think, plenary panel.
Thank you, Michaela, Gerhard, Alessandro, Karel, and Laura for a wonderful discussion. It brought back a contrasting memory for me. In 1971, when my parents were begging the Greater London Council to rehouse us from our Docklands slum, where we were shown flats on Broadwater Farm, a new mass housing fantasy in concrete, or concrete jungle, depending on your view. No one was consulted about what the tenants wanted, and within a few years it became notorious for crime and a riot in which a police officer was murdered. Its planners weren't concerned with creating something beautiful, sustainable and inclusive. They knew best, and they didn't think tenants' views would add any value. So it's really inspiring for me to hear how consultation is at the heart of the new European Bauhaus and the Affordable Housing Initiative. I loved Laura's description of it as the cultivation of hope. We heard about the importance of not just providing affordable, sustainable homes, but ambitious ideas too, addressing how we would like to live, the importance of outdoor green space and how that impacts our need for physical and mental well-being. The livability of our neighbourhoods and how the creation and renovation of our homes can be key drivers of change, empowerment, economic growth too. Perhaps this could be a driver of gender equality. All of this can and should include local craftsfolk, artists, entrepreneurs to create somewhere beautiful and functional, truly building back better. Inspiring and a fitting way, I think, to bring the curtain down on a great day of discussion. We heard other ambitious plans today too, to decarbonise housing in Europe by 2050, improve the energy efficiency of our worst performing buildings by 2030, and to roll out an affordable housing policy next year. We heard calls to break the cycle of energy poverty, to bring marginalised groups like the Roma in from the cold, and for social housing tenants to be active protagonists at the heart of the drive for renovation and energy efficiency, major contributors as well as beneficiaries via the use of local materials and the creation of local green jobs, a win-win, as one of our speakers said. We heard about a glaring loophole in current plans, which mean landlords could pass on the cost of renovation to low-income tenants, a major barrier to a just transition. There must be a climate allowance for low-income tenants, a ban on rent increases in poor energy performance homes. We also heard about the success of Slovakia and Poland, where despite widespread privatisation of the social housing stock, a high percentage of multi-apartment blocks have already completed energy-efficient renovations, along with provision for professional managers and funding requirements for long-term maintenance. It's been a very, very entertaining and thought-provoking day of debate and discussion, so thank you all. Please join us again tomorrow at 1 p.m. for the forum's final day, and it promises to be yet another very lively one. Don't forget, we have the Polish Housing Forum in the morning. Click on all events to see it. A translation to English will be provided. And the day will have a fabulous finale with the European Housing Innovation Awards, when we'll go live to Warsaw for the presentations. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow.